Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays, and I think I started the stream a little bit late today, so I don't think there's anyone here yet. But anyway, hello to everyone who's watching and playing on catch up. It is now Monday, so that means we are playing some more Factorio Space Age after Saturday's excitements over in Archipelago. And there's a couple of things I want to have a play around with today. One of them is getting the science system down here, trying to get enough science packs flowing in that we don't have things like this happening, where as you can see there's a distinct shortage of science at the moment because we've run out of, let's have a look in here, we've run out of red, green and our agricultural. So I put in some tweaks on the red and the green, which is brought over by the Tango, I think. Yes, the Tango, here we go. So it is on its way over now with some more red and green and so on, but this is taking too long. So one of the things I want to do today is make these ships a bit bigger, a bit faster, just generally a bit better. Now this one has already been lollipopped, so I've got this bit of a stick coming out at the bottom here, which means there's a decent amount of storage space on it. I can extend that even further and then put even more science packs in here. So I could actually just have this one pick up 10,000 of each one each time it gets over here. But I think it's probably going to be more interesting and probably feel a bit better to make some more of this style of ship, because these ones are quite a lot quicker. When these are running, is the other one going? Yes, the other one is going at the moment. These ones go at a speed of 250, 200, it's running out of fuel. Yes, okay, they're not capable. It's not capable of keeping itself fueled, but it will run temporarily at a speed of over 250. So that's fairly good. Hello, Inks fan, welcome. So yeah, these ones are nice and quick, at least for a little while. So I think would be quite nice to upgrade this one to the same sort of style, and maybe put some bigger tanks in as well, so it can fit a bit more fuel in, so it can go for a little bit longer before the speed starts to drop down to about. It looks like it's able to maintain about 200. No, that's yeah, okay. It can maintain about 200 off these machines. Now, what's the power usage like on this ship? Not too bad. So I could probably I could do some module upgrades in here and put in tier 3 speed modules perhaps. But although that would require flying out to Vulcanus. But this ship doesn't go to Vulcanus, but some of the other ones will. So let's start by making a couple more of these, because I think that would be very, very useful. So I want to add another space platform, and this is going to be the replacement for the Tango. So I'll call it the Coke for now, because that is another soft drink. So that seems to be how I name these sort of ships. We'll create one for that, and then once we've got that one starting to build, I'll create another one probably, because I think the brain, I think, has a similar problem in that it struggles to load up with stuff fast enough. Although, actually, at the moment, maybe it's just arrived and we're waiting for the yellow. Yeah, there we go. There's the yellow science arriving. So now, we've got 2,000 of it. We need to wait for one more rocket to come up. And if we take a look at Fulgora, I think that's going to be fairly quick because, yes, we've got these 2 rocket silos here. Now, one of the other things I wanted to do here was stick in a couple of chests to allow these to have a buffer rather than just filling up from the belt like this. Because actually, this does seem to be enough at the moment, but it would mean we'd have a lot more in storage here and therefore be able to potentially launch another rocket out a lot more quickly. So I think that's probably going to be fairly worth doing as well. Okay, but in the meantime, we've got those science packs coming over. Eventually, we'll be able to get some more low density structure productivity up and running. Get that ticking through. The other big thing that I've been working on for quite a while is the over the edge. This spaceship, the one I would quite like to be able to send this to the edge of time, to the edge of the universe, and go off and visit the shattered planet. Unfortunately, every time it tries to go anywhere, it eventually runs out of rockets. And it's going to have a little bit of a problem with that at the moment as well, because yes, I was partway through doing an upgrade here. So one of the things I've done is I've moved all of these crushers here that are making the carbon and the sulfur. I've moved them up 1 square, so I can now have them dumping onto this belt that runs along here. We've got on both sides here, and then bringing the sulfur and the carbon round separately over to here. So let's get rid of this and this. We don't need that. Now we can have now the carbon can flow back in merrily. And over here, we've now got, once we pull through a bit more of this sulfur and the system sorts itself out a little bit and stops being unbalanced, we should be able to pull through the resources that are coming out a bit more evenly. A bit more quickly. Because now, instead of trying to cram lots and lots of different things in through the into the central storage thing here and then out on the belts, I've now got the carbon and the sulfur coming around the outside here, down this way, and being fed in over here. Now, I might... Yes, I've also put in... So, hello, Peter. Welcome. So, one extra thing I've done here with this system is I put in... Are they working? No, they're not. I don't know why not. I'll look at that in a moment. Is I put in an extra overflow here. So when there's excess carbon, that can be dumped out into space over the side. Because we do use compared to the rate we produce it at, we don't use the carbon up quite quickly enough in order to get through all of all of it before we have too much, before we run out of sulfur. So we've got an emergency overflow over here. But as you can see, that's now, there goes a load of it. And so yeah, that'll run quite nicely. And I'm monitoring the amount of sulfur and carbon on this belt. And that's this cable coming up over all the way along here to monitor that to tell these machines when to run or not. So you can see at the moment they've got red lights on them because this belt is pretty full. When we start to run a little bit low on carbon, is this one? Yeah, when this drops down below 400 carbon, or when we have below 400 sulfur, then all of these machines will kick back into use. We'll be able to start churning the carbon and the sulfur through at a nice steady rate. And there we go. It's kicked back in again. As with the iron system up here, where I'm doing something very similar, I'm pulling out all of the... What was this doing? Absolutely nothing. Let's get rid of it. That must be a historical thing. There we go. Got rid of that. So over here, we're doing the same sort of thing with the iron, where the metal processing rather, where it all flows along here. We pull out the copper ore here to turn it into molten copper. Then we pull out the meteor chunks here to send them round to be recycled, reprocessed, sent back around into the system over here. And then the iron ore can come down and be used for everything that uses it down wherever it is. There's some down here and so on. So I think that should work quite nicely. I've also got the sorter system down here, and that hasn't been doing it. This is the asteroid reprocessing. So when there's a shortage of one type of asteroid, they'll take in the other types and reprocess them to try and make the one we're short of. And that's just sitting there merrily. It doesn't seem to actually be needed, which is a little bit weird. I'm surprised this isn't needed. But when the ship is heading out towards the shattered planet, the stuff that's just in space, there seems to be enough of everything, so it's able to gather everything it needs. And so I did, continuing on talking about this spaceship, I did a test run with this between streams and sent it out to fly as far as it could towards the shattered planet. The previous generation got out to 750 megameters. This one got out to 950 megameters. So it was a slight improvement. Oh yeah, there's a beacon here that's got some issues. So that's still... Oh yeah, it's lost its modules. You're right, that's very weird. Have we got any modules put in it? Yes, we have. Not very many, but I'll put these in here for now. I said, what have you done? I see. Let's try that again with slightly less fail. Let's not use the inserters to take the modules out of the beacon again. Right, so there we go. That's now, it's now beaconing a load of these. So we get a slightly faster production of carbon and sulfur out from those. Excellent. So, yes, as I was saying, the ship managed to make it 950 megameters, which is just under a quarter of the total distance out to the shattered planets. It's still not remotely good enough. But once again, while it was flying along merrily and until it ran out of ammunition, it was doing absolutely fine at defending itself. So I feel like all of these guns across the top are actually sufficient. The problem is the rate I'm producing the rockets at, and so I've done some. I fiddled with things as much as I could with the ship in flight, with the modules it had on board, but it basically ran out of absolutely everything. So the next thing to do is probably going to be upgrade some of these belts to green belts. I think basically I need to take the ship over to Vulcanus, but I'm tempted to let it do another run out to out towards the shattered planet until it gets up to 2.5, until it gets enough promethium, and then it can come back and make some more science, drop that off on Norvis, and we'll feel like we've done some good there. Although it doesn't seem to have unloaded all of its promethium yet, which is a bit weird. It's not supposed to leave until it has. So I don't know what's going on there. I don't know why it left. Maybe I've got some of the numbers wrong. Yes, it left less than 300, and there's currently... Am I even feeding this into the system? Yes, I must be. We've got 2,500. Let's just head back to Norvis. This is silly. Let's head back to Norvis, do the science, then go over to Vulcanus and upgrade the modules and upgrade some belts as well to make sure we've got we're making rockets as quickly as possible down here. It's fine at the moment, but that's because we're in system, so it's not too bad. So yeah, we'll get those done, and then send the ship back out again and check on it every so often. My ice melting setup is broken. Oh yes, you're right. Yeah, that shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be there. Yeah. So what happened here was that I started. Was that I had previously had another belt here that was unloading the carbon and dumping it onto the belt that came down here. But when I removed that, I didn't tidy up properly. So yes, that's a problem. Also, we've run out of ice in here. Why are you guys not running? Why have we run out of ice chunks? Oh, there's some other dodgy stuff happening here. Right. Okay. So that shouldn't be there, and that shouldn't be there either. So yeah, what happened here? I did an upgrade by doing some copy and paste from an old ship to a new ship, or a modified ship to this ship. And there's a handful of things that were in where we got little effects like that of little bits of belt in the wrong place, and it's causing problems. But now, yeah, that's at least it seems to be sorted out. I thought it hadn't even got out to flying towards the shattered planet. Maybe you're right. Let's go to Aquilo instead and get some more circuits then. Yeah, no, it's got enough already. That's fine. No, it hasn't. Not quite. Yeah, I thought it would. I don't know what I thought. We've got some promethium anyway. But yes, you're right. That shouldn't be there. That passenger present should only be there when we're trying to do an actual exploration, trying to fly the ship out as far as possible run. So we'll take that off again. In the meantime, yes, this can carry on doing the flight. I think I want it to. Let's say after Norvis, I want it to go to Vulcanus for the upgrades, and it can wait there until there's a passenger present, and then it'll never leave Vulcanus, so we can then go and fiddle with it. No, I thought it hadn't actually set off towards the shattered planet, and if it had, if it's got 2,500, it should fly out until it gets 2,500, and then there should be enough time on the way back for it to fill the rest of the system up, because it gets to about 4,500 or something like that. Except I think it can carry a bit more than that now. I will have to monitor it and see what happens next time. Is the left side of the hammerhead bigger than the right side? Let's have a look. This is belt 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This side is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, they seem to be exactly the same size. Oh, but the belts are... Yeah, they're exactly the same size, but this belt goes slightly further in and then comes back out again, so maybe that's why. But this belt is the same distance from the edge of the ship on this side as this one is on this side. So I believe it is symmetrical. Must be some weird optical illusion. I say symmetrical. The front end is symmetrical. Oh, and the other thing I did, I finally got round to trying to put in a pump in here, with the intention being, where are we? Aquilo. Okay. The intention being that this is hooked up to the rocket supply here, and is saying when there's enough of all of the ammunitions, and apparently there's a shortage of railgun ammo at the moment, so we'll have to have a look at that. But when there's enough of all of the ammunitions, pump fuel through so that all of these run. Why is there a shortage of railgun ammo? Oh, because we've got a lot of single stacks on the belt. So also, I've got a lot of ammunition in here, which I'm trying to unload. Thing is, I've been doing that with a green inserter in order to try to so that it works basically when it runs out of whatever particular thing it's unloading. The problem is, it means instead of stacks of 4 all the way around here for a lot of the ammunition, we've got stacks of 1, which means there's a quarter of the amount of ammunition on here that we'd expect, or at least, well, you can see it up here. These are all stacks. Sorry, these are stacks. These are not stacked, and there's a stack there, and then they're all not stacked all the way across here and stacks. So I'm trying to pull all of this ammunition back out of the central storage, get it onto the belts and used up, but it's not coming out stacked because that's a green inserter. But if I don't do that, then it comes out. Then it jams up when it nearly finishes unloading one of the things. So I've thought I'll put up with it being a slow inserter. What I could do, I suppose, is turn that into a stack inserter, and then every time, whenever it runs out of something, I can turn it into a green inserter briefly and then back into a stack inserter. I'm wondering whether to delete a load of this. It'll put more bullet ammo into here, though, so it's probably not worth it. I could get rid of some of this, though. Some of these single stacks. And the joy of doing this is that all the stuff you delete just goes straight back into here. So it's just, at least it doesn't... Well, yeah, so that's now compacted neatly onto the belt, and you see the problem I'm talking about. So if I now turn this back into a green one, I'll get rid of that, and then I can turn it back into a white one, and then the rockets can be nicely stacked when they start to come out. Right, so we are here, and we are waiting over Aquilo for presumably the... I don't know what we're waiting for. Oh, we're waiting for a pump to be brought up, which is not going to happen from Aquilo. Okay, carry on. Carry on. Go back to Norvis. It's fine. Although, we're supposed to have 400 quantum processors. That's not turned on. Let's go back and forget the quantum processors. Ugh. Hello, Persistent. Welcome. And Regular, welcome to you. I didn't say hello to you. I just answered your question. Right, so we'll get those brought up. We won't be able to get the pump brought up because there aren't any on Aquilo. At least there aren't any in a launchable system. But we'll get these quantum processors up, then we can manually head off to Norvis and get that sorted. Boom. I mean, I know they're on their way. It's funny, after I think it must be in space exploration. Rockets move a lot. Well, rockets move instantly, and as do deployment cannon capsule things, and spaceships take off instantly as well. So I'm not used to how long it takes for rockets to fly up to spaceships. Right, go to Norvis. There we go. So in the meantime, how's the Coke getting on? Oh yes, I need to actually paste the spaceship in around that. There we go. Let's have one of those. And then that can be, we can gradually build that over time. I do want another one of these as well. I want to use to upgrade the brain. So we've had Pinky, we've had Brain. Any more cartoon characters? Let's go with the Yakko to start with, and we'll rename this if anyone suggests anything clever. So the idea being, this is going to be an upgrade for the Tango. So we're going to have the same rules on that one and on Coke. There we go. That's all of those things programmed. Except because we've got so little storage space, I can't see all of the list of things to do here. Wait, what? That's not correct. I don't want to go to Gleba. It is a silly place. I want to copy the Tango to the Coke. Did that work? There. Oh, all requests satisfied. Yes, fine. So what we want there is yes, this one down here, we want to load up on all of these, but I want to multiply all of these by about 10. Maybe not 10, actually. Let's take them all up to 10,000. This is going to put quite a heavy load on Vulcanus anytime it arrives, but having it arrive and ask for all of these things is going to make a big... And then bring 10,000 of each over is going to make an enormous difference. And I hope there's enough storage space here. I may need to fiddle this a little bit if there isn't. I also kind of maybe want to put in additional fuel storage, because I did notice the other one was running out. So let's do that. We'll remove a couple of tanks from there, flip that round, put another tank there, and then put in the pipes there and there. Okay, I also kind of want to put in a bit more storage here. I'm going to hope it's got enough power and see how we get on. Yeah, we've got a bit. There's a bit of space around the bottom of all of these, but not enough for it to actually be useful, which is quite annoying. I could put in some more up the sides here, actually. That might work. Is that going to be long enough? I can't tell if that's going to reach because we haven't got the ship built yet. So there's no. Oh no, it won't work because of that. It won't work because of that inserter there. But we might be able to do it from the top, which is what I actually want. No, maybe not. I can put in one additional solar panel here because there are grabbers working both sides. Put one there. Actually, if I put that there, and that there, and have that come out. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, there's no chance that's going to work. Have to undo it. One extra solar panel goes there, and I can get one extra one in. No, I can't get one extra one in down here. That is the only extra place I can fit in a solar panel. It'll have to. We'll see if it's enough. Hello, Dave. Hello, Daniel. Hello. Yeah. Stream lag. Yeah. No, I was thinking because the others were Pinky in the Brain, it needs to be an Animaniacs character. A Green Underground does 11, does it? Okay. I don't know if I've got any around here. Oh yeah, 11. What would that be? It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, so a green would work. Maybe I'll upgrade that when it gets to Vulcanus, because at the moment I don't want to ship green belts up from Norvis. That would be unhelpful. Right, so it's bringing up all of the stuff to build the ship, except for the flooring to actually, build the ship. Fine. Typical, you do that. Okay, Yakko still hasn't been created. Right, okay, so how are you doing? Okay, you're on your way to Gleba, fine. So the thing, the other thing is there are basically 3 things I want to do today, although two of them are very much linked. One is to try and get the Edge capable of making the rockets a bit faster so I can send it off on an interstellar adventure. See how it goes, see whether it can actually get to the Shattered Planet with a bit more rocket production available. And the limiting factor seemed to be explosives production. So basically it's going to be a load of speed modules on those things. The other thing to do is to try and get the science production to the point where it doesn't do, well, that. What have we run out of this time? This time it's orange science. Okay, so the Tango should be good for that. Or the Coke, as it's going to soon be. Where is Tango? Tango is on its way back with a load more science. And this time we've just churned through all of the orange science very, very quickly. So now we have to bring in another 4,000 of that. Fine. Just need to unload it all. And I think on Norvis I'd quite like to... Oh, rockets are ready. I quite like to increase these numbers here as well. So let's put all of these up. All of the... How much space have I got? Loads of space. Okay, let's put all of the... maybe not this one. Let's put this one to 2,000. Because white science comes from so close by that it'd be easy. Let's put all the other ones up to 5,000. Because I feel like we're not getting enough drop down to keep the system running while the spaceship is off travelling to parts unknown to go and get more science. Even the cryo can be increased as well. And the automation. That's already at 4,000. So putting these up to 5 probably isn't going to make much difference. But I might as well. There's no harm in having more than there's no harm in having lots down here. At some point, maybe I'll put these up even further as well. But for the time being, this is probably okay. That's a lot of rocket launchers there. Okay, so all of those requests are now basically unsatisfied, with the possible exception of the white science, which we've already got about 2,000 of. We're doing fairly well on the agricultural at the moment, interestingly. Maybe this means it's time for a change of research. So we've got a couple of those going. This one won't run because that uses absolutely everything. And we're kind of waiting for more Promethium to come back for that. Rocket part productivity is kind of useful. Yeah, let's do a rocket part productivity. I would like to do... Actually, no, let's do stronger explosives. Because I feel, yes, if we can get another stronger explosives done, then we're going to have a chance of wrecking the asteroids with fewer rockets, and that would definitely be a valuable saving. So now, there we go. So the science is kicking in, starting to happen. So that's just what we want. We want to see that running nicely, and then we can think about other sciences when more packs are available and ready. I would like to put in more labs. But that's not not realistically a thing I can do at the moment, because I'm having enough trouble keeping these labs fed, let alone putting in more just to make it even better / worse, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, that's going quite nicely. 5,600 peak. Wow, that's higher than I don't know what I was expecting it to peak at, but I wasn't expecting it to get all the way up to 5,600. That's quite impressive. It is dropping off already, though, as something is presumably at a shortage. It's just the orange ones that we don't have enough of. Oh, and we've run out of reds. And we're running out of reds now. Maybe it's just this is as fast as we can push the agricultural sciences through. Are we doing agriculture? Yes, this is an agricultural one. So what I reckon is happening is we're not pushing the agricultural through fast enough because each one of these is only worth half a science pack. So we need twice as many of them going through. I could put another feed of agricultural science in, so we're chucking in twice as many just because there's this shortage of it. And over here we seem to have, we are getting through. Well, we're getting through them, but we have a reasonable quantity of them here at the moment. I think putting in the 7 of 9 and the Kirk last time has helped a bit, and also improving the production rate of the agricultural sciences as well. That's definitely helped things quite a lot. Edge hasn't reached Norvis now, so it should be, yes, here come all the eggs. Lovely, so we've got getting the eggs in. They're coming down here, and the science is being done. And we'll make a neat gun, etc, etc. And now we can chew through all of those Promethium asteroid chunks that we gathered earlier. Now, is this still unloading? Yeah, it is still unloading all the Promethium science. That's good. That's what we expect to see. I don't really need all of these productivity and efficiency modules up here. Although I did notice quite impressively that I was starting to hit the limit of the electricity supply previously on the previous test run, because everything was just so packed with speed modules that this ship was using crazy amounts of power. So in the meantime, let's think about putting in another one of these. I could put it there and then run some underground piping round the edge, or run some underground belts and then run the pipe round the edge, rather. Or I could put it here. That's probably better. So let's look at the numbers here. So this produces where's production? Generates plasma 4 per second. 2.6% neighbor bonus. What? Okay. What are your numbers supposed? What are your numbers when you're running flat out? Let's have a look. This guy. Plasma is 4 per second, but there's a neighbour bonus of 100%. So there's 2 of those together. So they're each producing 8 per second. So they're producing 16 per second, which produces that, which goes into here, 16 per second. So I can have 8 of the fusion generators. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I want to put in 2 more. Put 1 there. And then run the pipe round here to bring out the cold stuff. And I could put another one here, I suppose. Remove that, and then pipe comes up here and across the top like that. I seem to not have enough pipes for this system, but we can get some more brought up sooner or later. Over here, I could save a few by doing that, and that. Remove that one. Nah, I'm still a few pieces of pipe short. Or I could remove all of this. Put that in there. Still 3 pieces of pipe short, even after all that sort of fiddlement. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to try not to make that sound. Apparently it's annoying. Let's put my tank in over here like this. And then I only need 1 piece of pipe there. There we go. Now I've built it without needing to demand any more pipe to be brought up. Well, some's probably on. I was going to say some's probably on its way up, but it might not be actually, because all the rockets are working on building up the coke at the moment. So we'll leave that running. So have we run out of? No, we haven't quite run out of Promethium. We're waiting for more eggs to come up. Oh yes, I remember. I realised that I'm actually an idiot. So I was complaining previously that this rocket launcher, this rocket turret here, wasn't recapturing all of the nests, and it's because some of them are too close to it. So if I remove it from here and put it instead, put one up. I can't see the range on this thing, but if I put one up here and one down here, then I think all of the... Maybe that's not... Well, I think they should all be in range now. Yeah, so that's going to get all of the top ones with a POS... It's really hard to tell on the green view. Right, let's zoom out a little bit further. It's showing everything as red, even though these things have a minimum range. Oh, probably because the laser turrets are covering all this area. So I think that's probably okay. We are churning out lots of eggs at the moment. Look, we're launching them all as well. So this does seem to be all right. And I think I have enough turrets around here that we should be okay with it. So somebody was saying they use they do things slightly differently to me, and was recommending having or was saying they have just a belt that flows past the rocket silo that deals with the eggs, and then so it can load in with an inserter if they're required, but also then just dumps them into it also dumps them into nutrient production so that they can use bioreactors for making their rocket fuel. But over here, I'm reasonably happy making rocket fuel with just assembly machines, to be honest. I don't seem to have an oil supply problem, and except when I'm doing something like making a new spaceship, like I am at the moment, the supply system is quite capable of keeping up. Oh, that's a point, Inks. Yeah, you're probably right, and that therefore won't work. Let's have a look at that, see if we can do anything about this. So. Yes, you're right. This one's fueling the bottom two. Yeah. Yes, this won't. You're quite right. This will not work. Let us redesign all this. So we want 4 on each. We've got 3 on that one now. We've got 2 on this one. And if I remove all this piping for the moment while I think about things. Actually, no, I'm going to have to put that there so we can get that pipe up the side. There and there. So that's 4 coming off this one. Still only 3 on this one. Squeezing in another one here is going to be difficult. I could put it there and have the tank somewhere else. That's probably the best idea. Let's do that. Put you there. Or there. Then I can have my dump tank over here. Like that. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. That's an excellent point that I had somehow managed to miss. So that from there, yeah, that one feeds into there. That one then feeds that to there. Okay, down here, we will have this one and this one join up, feed across to here, and then I use an underground pipe to get that from. Actually, it needs to join onto there as well. Then, let's just use normal pipes because we're at Norvis. We can ship more pipes up if we need them. So I can feed up to there, and then over here we need that one, and then there's this one. This can be an underground pipe. Feed that from there to there, and across the top. So that one, yeah, well, that one, yeah. Yeah. Okay, there we go. That was a very good point. I had 2 of them running off this one and 6 running off this one, which would not work. Somehow I was subconsciously thinking they were linked in the same way that nuclear reactors are with the heat pipes, but no, they're almost certainly not. So this is going to be much better, and should allow me to get the full output of all of those, all of the fusion generators. It's also I feel like it's a slightly more compact setup than what we had before, but I think it's just that we've shifted stuff from over here to over here, so it hasn't changed anything really. Here's some more eggs coming in. Nice, so we can get. We've got rid of all of the promethium now, so I don't know why the ship's still here. Why are you still here? Oh, we're still waiting for pumps to be brought up. Interesting. Let's turn that request off for the moment because I don't want more eggs to be brought up. So down on Norvis, why do we not have pumps? I guess it's because the Abomination is trying. No, it wasn't the Abomination that's making them. They're being made somewhere else. Pump is being made here. And you're running until there's 40. Right, that needs to be 50 because that's how many are in a. That's how many it takes to fill a rocket. And I'm just going to send a whole rocket up, which is extremely wasteful, but meh. It's easier than transporting. It's easier than transferring stuff around, and maybe we'll drop them off on Aquilo at some point because Aquilo might need pumps. And this one engine is just doing absolutely this one assembler is doing absolutely everything for making all of the engines for, well, absolutely everything. It looks like. We'll keep chucking them in here and making the. We're down to how are we down to 38? Have we launched a rocket somehow and we just had a load somewhere else? No. Where did they go? There was 40 in there before. and they're not. It doesn't even say they're on the way, and certainly haven't got one down there. I guess we'll just have to wait for this to build until it gets to. Oh wait, oh no, there's 50 around somewhere now. It's just there's only 45, 45 there, 40 there. Okay, there's 5 somewhere else in storage, so we don't need to get this up to 50. We need to get this up to 45, which with the other handful will mean we'll get there. Okay, how's the Coke getting on? This looks pretty built to me. We don't have the ammunition isn't getting everywhere yet, but that's okay. So that means it's time to decommission the Tango when it next gets to Norvis. So we'll go for a passenger present like that. In fact, let's just go there now. We'll unload all of these science packs. I said go to Norvis. Oh, it's waiting for a rocket to come up. Fine. Yeah, we'll go over to Norvis. We'll unload all of the science, and then I hesitate to say we'll decommission the ship, but we'll certainly we'll probably recycle it at some point. I guess what I could do is I could build a replacement ship. I could demolish this entire one, put everything back into the hub, and then build a new one in the same place, and that would use up, and then we could reuse all the resources from this ship. That'd be quite nice. Coke is, yeah, that's probably enough ammo. I don't know, what were we saying here? We're saying 500 and we've currently got none. All right, we'll send you to Norvis, and then when that fills up, it'll be ready to go. And then it can get stock up with all bajillion of all of these. So let's assign that group. There we go. Yes. Oh, if the audio's desynced, I don't think there's anything I can do about it, I'm afraid. I can turn the camera off and restart it like that, but it doesn't actually seem to help. I can paste. I can paste in another camera entry and move this one. Yeah. No, that hasn't helped. Sorry, I don't know why I'm getting these audio desyncs in OBS. It just seems to be happening, and it suddenly started happening, and I don't know what to do about it. Previously, it used to work where I'd just turn it off and turn it back on again like that, and that would make it work properly. But there seems to be some delay on the webcam, and I don't know what to do with it. Answers on a postcard, please. Right, edges off to Vulcanus, excellent. And it's got a pump in down here now. So we still, we still don't have enough ammunition because of all the railgun rounds there that are stacked up. So I could delete a chunk of this, like this. Get rid of all of that, and then we can start getting, and then put it back again. Floop. There we go. So that pulls that through. And now, yes, we're having to make a load more bullet ammo. That's fine. We're also, though, pumping some of the rockets out from in here. Well, we were pumping some of them out. And now we're getting nice, neat stacks of the railgun ammo coming through. So that'll be a little bit better until it gets to this point where it jams, and we do that and then that to switch it back over again. And okay, we've got lots of rockets pouring through now. Once we start using railgun ammo, we will have. That'll stop us producing bullets for a while, but it doesn't really matter. And also, now we can go fast, because we've got all of the engines running, which is a big improvement. At least until this runs out. Yeah. Can't make that go any faster. Well, actually, it's not true. I could put in another beacon here. It'll throw those off out of sync, but well, what the hell? Why not? Right, so we're going to Vulcanus, and when we get to Vulcanus, I'm going to start putting lots and lots of speed modules in absolutely everything, because I think that's the problem. So I'm going to fill you up with speed, fill you up with speed. Oh wait, no, there's another problem, and that's the unloading of the coal. So the limiting factor, yeah, this was a weird one. So because I've got these inserters unloading straight onto this belt, and then these machines taking off the belt, we were in a rather silly situation where these machines, the coal from these machines at the beginning of the belt was being prioritised. So we had coal full up to about here, and half of these machines being idle, and these machines on the end were absolutely fine, but this one didn't have enough coal to keep it running. So I kind of need to fix that, but I'm not sure how. because there isn't really enough room to scooch out stuff outwards a little bit to have another belt here. I'd like to start unload. Ideally, I want to unload with. There's some weird stuff on this belt. What's happened here? Have I got an underground doing something stupid? Probably, but I can't see where. Yes, this one. You shouldn't be there. There we go. That's why there was ice on the on this belt. We'll have to clean that out as well. So no. Put that back. There we go. I think that's fixed. I think that's fixed that problem. Unless any's got down here. No, it wouldn't be. It should. I don't think it would get on the carbon side of the belt. I think it's only on the sulfur side. And then further up, this all looks okay, except here. Problem with this is I'm going to end up with a load of sulfur and stuff in here, which I. Oh no, I'm not. I haven't. That's very interesting. But yeah. Okay, so what I was saying is there's a problem with not being able to get the coal brought over to these machines in a particularly sensible way. So what I'd like to do is... Oh, actually, we've got more than enough water production happening. So what if... Let's think this through a little bit. What if I remove some of these and have the... and then move all of this up to... I can move all of this up 2 squares. And that will allow me to then have... And then run the pipe sort of through underneath here instead. Yeah, that works nicely. Okay, so let's remove all of this. And this, and this, and this, and this, and this. And then... Oh, and this. And then move all of this up to here. Like that. And then this is a problem. But I can turn that way. And didn't mean to do that yet, actually. That was a mistake. Actually, no, that wasn't. That was okay, I think. So what was this doing before? This was going into... What's going on? Right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a belt coming back with the coal on it, like that. Which then has to merge with the belt that has just sulfur on it. So I need to move this to... This is what I would call cramped. To right, move you to there, and get rid of. Then I can get rid of. Then I can create myself some working space here. So I'll have a splitter there, and a splitter there, and this one is bringing sulfur out to the bottom side, like that. Yeah, and then that can go down and in like that, and then that can go down there. And okay, we've got an excess of coal now, but then that can go in there and there. Right, there we go. So that kind of works, except it doesn't because we've got coal everywhere all of a sudden, but the theory is good. Put that back in again. Right, there we go. So now that's going to sort out the coal supply issue. We've got a water problem up here, of course. So I'm going to remove that and put an underground belt from there to there and there to there, and another one of these in on the end there. That's probably going to be enough. I haven't even put modules in these, so it's bound. It should be plenty. Then I can put in my my inserters here and here and here, and that should just work. TM. Right, could you please... Okay, we're bringing the underground belts up. We've got the speed modules brought up already. So I can now go through and I can copy that one and say, I just want all of these guys to be full of speed modules. I've had enough of productivity modules. They are basically nonsense. Then down here, I would like to do the same sort of shenanigan. And just massively increase the output of everything from here. Go as fast as we possibly can. I'm mildly amazed that has worked, but I'm not going to knock it. And then I want to do an upgrade along these belts here. I want particularly down this way. I want to bring the explosives through as fast as I can, at least this far. After that, it probably doesn't matter. We're getting into they've all been used up by this point. So that should make a big difference. We'll bring the green circuits up, bring green belts up. That's fine from the ground. I think I want to do the same for this as well. I need Peter's upgrade entire belts with one shenanigan mod because it'd be a lot easier. Oh wait, I need to put in an extra piece of belt over here for the carbon to make its way down. There we go. Not that any of it's actually making its way through at the moment because of the all the speed modules I've got in there, but you know we're trying. And that. I hope the coal is going to be okay. We will see, because I'm honestly not sure. Yeah, the coal seemed to be okay before, although that was before I put silly numbers of speed modules and everything. So we will see. I wouldn't like to say for certain. Basically, here's what it's a little bit of an unknown at the moment. I don't know whether it's going to be enough, but I feel like it probably will. What are the numbers like on this? So it takes in 6 things and outputs 1 thing. So hopefully the red inserters will hopefully be enough. And then these take in 1 coal and produce 2 explosives. But they've got 50% crafting. No, they haven't got 50% crafting boost. We shall see. I may find that at some point I end up replacing some of these speed modules with productivity modules again because there's not enough input coming through from the rocks. Although at the moment we're seeing a shortage because we just don't have enough carbonic asteroid chunks available. They're not being normally when the ships are flying in deep space. We have so many carbonic chunks. We haven't had problems with carbonics coming through anyway. And I can see down here we are attempting to recycle. Sometimes we are attempting to recycle some metallic asteroid chunks. It's a bit. We're very borderline as to whether there's a shortage or not, and it doesn't seem to be quite certain. Yeah, so it's a bit of a problem. Oh, you think? Yeah, I could. It's true. I could. Yeah. Yeah, I could do underground like this. Move all of that, and then you go up, down, and then yes, you're quite right. Those can then become stack inserters. And that's going to give me a lot more potential throughput. Like that. And then I'd copy that bit and put it there and there. And then worry about the last bit in a moment. And turn that. At the moment, we have a massive shortage of sulfur, which is a different problem, but... There, I think yes, that should all work now. At least as long as we have the bits and pieces we need coming in. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to fix. Now there's obviously a missing beacon in there, but other than that, we've got various. We've got various belts up here ready for us, ready to do upgrades with. Is there anything else that's missing? There's that one beacon. We've got a speed module somewhere that hasn't been placed. That's fine. Let's go and do that manually. Let's see if we can work out where that is, where that one's trying to be. It's there, and swap that out just for a normal one, like that. There we go. And then I think we just send the ship out to go for on a Prometheum run, see how and let it sort of stock up and get through some ammunition. Just have the ship running and operating and see how it goes. So we'll just do a normal Prometheum run and yeah, kind of monitor it as it goes. Oh, and when it gets back to Norvis, it can pick up that beacon as well, which is, I was going to say probably not necessary, but no, that's needed for making the coal as quickly as possible. So actually, that would be quite useful. Let's get rid of that one for now. So that means that then gets placed, and I can undo that. And then when it gets back to Norvis, we can replace that one. Because to be honest, if we run out of fuel, not really the end of the world. The ship will still fly. It'll just go slightly more slowly. Right, so there is already plenty. There's already a decent number of carbonic asteroids drifting around through space. So we're starting to pick up the replenish the supplies on the belts there. Yeah, so we are very, very short of carbonics. We've seem to have a decent number of the metallics, but we're very short of carbonics and ice oxide. So we'll let the grabbers go have a grabbing frenzy, and we can do a bit of restocking. And that will mean that then over here, eventually, we'll start to get the carbonic chunks coming in there. They'll get smashed up, and we've got a little bit of sulfur, a little bit of carbon going through, which is apparently a start. Upgrading that to green seems to have made an enormous difference. However, I think we did have more carbonic chunks flowing through beforehand. I think there's still some catching up to do on that front. The belt is full of explosives, though, so at the moment we are going to fill all of this up. Why is there some... That sulfur must have just got there from mistakes. Let's fix that. There we go. Are we getting any of this stuff back into here? No, none of the... I don't understand what stuff gets put back into here and what doesn't. Maybe it's just that raw resources don't get put back in, but any sort of things you've actually made, like the ammunition, does. I'm not sure. It seems to be a bit random. But until we go out into the great unknown and start using up railgun ammo, we're not going to pull anything through from the central storage. So that's going to be a little while. Okay, that ship should be okay, wandering off on its own. So the Coke has now got up to okay. It's now at Vulcanus, and it's trying to load up with all the science packs. Why is Vulcanus short of science packs? Have we got... There's loads of them here. Why are you guys not launching? Have I... Oh. It's not big enough. That's a horrible surprise. I was not expecting that to be a problem. I didn't realise I'd ordered that much extra stuff. Let's put some more of these in like this. I may need to extend this ship and put more solar panels on it, because I suspect it's now not going to have enough anymore. It's okay right now, but maybe when it starts flying and using more, another noises besides. Why are you marked for deconstruction? There we go. Okay, so rockets are flying again now. We can hopefully get up large quantities of science. There's a shortage of the orange. So do I not have a box filling up with orange on Vulcanus? Let's have a look. Oh, I broke my pipe to the engines. Okay, thank you. I'll go and have a look at that in a second. Orange. Orange comes in here. I do have a box for it. Okay, there's plenty in there. It's just the rocket's being a bit slow. Right. Coke. Did I? Oh, yes, I see. Yes, here. How much overspec am I? Not very. If I'm trying to fit in 10 of each of these, that's far... No, 2, 4, 6... It's 5 rows. Yeah, and other similar noises. I might have to do things like this, which is a bit awful, and then get rid of that. Thank you for pointing that out. I had totally not noticed. So I think I'll need to do that, and then... where am I going to put more solar? Am I going to need more solar? Am I going to have to upgrade this to quality solar? If so, where am I going to get that from? And other questions besides. I'm using a lot of efficiency modules on the ship, so maybe it'll be okay. And right now it is, and it is producing ammunition flat out at the moment. So the ship is working as hard as it can, apart from the engines not firing. And I don't think the engines use that much power. No, engines don't use power, so it might be okay. We'll see when it gets going. In the meantime, it's got a bit more. Look at all that science. That is what we like to see. There's a lot of science. The problem is, it's one of those old designs where it's keeping all the rocks inside the hub, which is, as we've seen, not the right way, not the best way to do these things. But it kind of works, so I guess we'll just have to stick with it for the time being. I wonder why isn't that ammo belt flowing? And yes, it's completely full, but it's not pressing up against anything because there's no splitters, and yet somehow it's not flowing, and I don't understand why not. Oh, now it's going. I don't understand how it managed to get itself jammed. Oh well. Oh, quality cargo bays. Yeah, that's a possibility, but that's going to require... How do you make cargo bays? That requires low-density structures, and I'm really struggling to produce quality low-density structures. Oh, that was another thing I was going to mess around with, actually. Was thinking about making low-density structures a quality way. So let's look at Vulcanus and say, you guys who are making these quality modules. So in order to make high quality low density structures, I basically need to. I want to use this recipe, which means I need if I can get some legendary plastic going in, then I can quite easily make legendary productivity modules. Low density structures. So this has currently got a productivity boost of 164%. So every time it runs, it's going to make 2.64 times as many as it would otherwise. That's not enough that I can churn. Somebody was saying in the comments or on Discord that it's possible to get foundries to produce low density structures with a greater than 100% productivity. Sorry, recycle them with greater than 100% productivity. So you can essentially make free ones. However, I'm only using tier 2 productivity modules here, so that will get me an extra 2%, 8% on that. And if I went up to quality productivity modules, and that get a bit higher as well. But yeah, I still think we're going to struggle to get that up to the 3. So we'd need 300% productivity, and we're currently at 164%. So I guess that could be partly done with more low density structure productivities, but that's getting expensive in science, and also partly done with upgrading to quality tier 3 productivity modules. But then you have the excitement of making those. And if we look over here, one of those would get me. Okay, so that'd be plus 25% productivity for each one. So that would be a plus 100%. That would get me 100% productivity. Plus I'm getting 50% from this machine. So that's 150% already out of the 300% I need. And my bonuses, that's not bonuses, that's achievements. And my bonuses are 90%. So that's 240% at the moment. So I still need to do another 6 productivity research bonuses. Let's check that maths again. So we've got 100% out of the legendary productivity modules, plus 50% for the machine, which is 150. That would then, so 250, 340 with this. No, that'd be plenty. Because I only need 300 because it has 100% built in. It produces a thing. So actually I only need to get it to 300, and I've got 340 there. No. What? 100. 240. No, I've got to 240. Never mind, I still need another 60%. Right, so I need another 6 productivity bonus researchers. And that seems expensive. So yeah, getting that is going to be currently unrealistic. So yeah, the first is going to first step is quality modules. Yeah, okay. Yes, I don't entirely disagree, but we'll burn that bridge and we'll think about that later. Oh yes, sorry, yes, okay, Peter, yes, you're right. I need another 6 to get plastic neutral. So yeah, I'd need to do 7 to actually to get free stuff. So over here, what's going on? What are we thinking over here? So this in order to make high quality plastic, I'm going to end up needing I'm going to need quality coal, and that's just going to have to come through the recycling system. I can put quality modules in the drills and then maybe I'll get uncommon coal sometimes, and then I can start producing rare coal. Rare coal from recycling it, but I'll quarter it. So it's going to be producing. This is going to be extremely expensive unless I do it the Glebian way, which is probably going to be harder. But we'll have a look anyway. No, that's going to require quality fruit, and that's going to be very difficult. Oh, all machines are hard capped at 300%. I had a feeling there was something about that. Yeah, okay. So that's So I'm not going to be able to realistically do that then. Oh yeah, quality coal from asteroids. That's a very good point. That probably would be a better way to do it. So yeah, because this is going to be absolute nonsense. Trying to produce quality bioflux and quality Yumako mash. That way lies the complete lack of sanity. No, the reasoning Peter was to try and make legendary low density structures, and that is currently seeming a little bit unreasonable. Yeah. So let's see. How's Fulgora getting on? Because this is a place where I'm actually making quite a lot of low density structures. Would it be any bonus here in trying to quality boost these? And I think not. On this planet, there's such a shortage of copper, present moment accepted, that I think that would be a bad idea. I need to think about somewhere where it's cheaper. Although it is interesting that we seem to have enough of it at the moment. Right, what have we got in the way of boxes on this logistics network? Anything at all? Box. Yes, we've got 26 steel chests. Right, so I want to put in one of these here, and one of these here, and that there, and that there, and that there, and those gone. Right, there we go. So now we can have a stockpile of yellow science in these boxes, which means when a spaceship comes over to ask for it, well, not this spaceship. We can't speed this one up at all now because it's too late. But when the ship comes back again looking for more, we can fill it up a lot more quickly. So this is the brain, and the Yakko is. Actually, you know what? Let's leave the Yakko for the moment. Let's go back to the Tango and pick up all of this. And this, and this, and this, and then do this. And remove all of this because we don't want that. This is at Norvis, isn't it? Yes, it's at Norvis. Good. Thank goodness for that. Right. Yeah, so we'll build up as much of that as we can, and then we get the rest of it shipped up from Norvis, and then we can set this one up to be the new new brain, or you call it Yakko. We will call it Yakko in a moment. Whereas this is Tango I'm looking for. There we go. Can I call it Yakko if I already have a Yakko? Yes. Interesting. We'll just call this one Temp. because this will remain until I decide I need to upgrade another one of my ships, which will probably be the... So I've done the Fulgora one, I've done the Vulcanus one, I've doubled the Gleba one. There's 2 ships doing that run, and the Aquilo one is a special one anyway. So this is actually just the temp is going to be available for quite a while until I need some sort of improvement there. Okay, Peter. Well, thanks for joining, and we'll catch you on Wednesday. Yes, there will be many yaks to shave. They're all looking very hairy at the moment. Right. So you're doing a flight out. So how are you getting on? Yeah, the carbon and the sulfur are keeping up reasonably handily. Looks like we could do with a bit more sulfur coming through, but we're limited by how fast we can throw the carbon away, which is an interesting problem to have. So I think I need to move that to there and there and there, and then that to there and there and there and there and there, and fill the hole. There we go. Now we can chuck stuff away twice as fast, 3 times as fast as before, and hopefully that'll be enough. Yeah, there we go. Now we have enough sulfur coming through. So that's that's fixed that problem. Down here, yeah, we have the explosives coming out pretty quickly. We are making railgun ammo. We're rattling through other types of ammo as well. I feel like this is basically working. Where are we now? Okay, so we've now left the solar system. We're heading out towards the shattered planet. So this is the point where we are starting to use ammunition up at a rate. Well, it's not particularly bad yet, but it's going to get worse. But we're out here to get the promethium, so this is expected. This is what we want. We want to get the keep the system running as fast as possible. We just need to get all of the rockets out of here, so we can then check how fast the rocket's coming out from here. Now, at the moment, the machines all seem to be running pretty much flat out, but that's because we've got all of the engines running down here. So the ship is going at a speed of 160-ish, depending on how the fuel holds up. We're going at about a speed of 160. Once we start to run low on rockets, because rockets will inevitably be the first one, I'm sure, then we'll cut out most of the engines and we'll be down to 3. Now, the question is 3 still too many? Should I be trying to cut this down to a single engine when it runs out of fuel, or maybe 2 engines? I could remove this one and this one, and I think given that we are fuel rate limited at the moment because of the lack of this module beacon here, I think we're going to be going almost as fast now with those slightly fewer engines, and that means we'll be then, when we have a shortage of ammunition, we'll drop down to only 2 engines, and I think that's probably a more sensible number. In the meantime, one of the things I'm waiting to happen is for us to get through enough bullet ammunition here for all of these rockets to get pulled out, so we can, get rid of them all from here and start having a slightly more, well, just have everything pulled back out onto the main ammo belts, and just use up the ammunition that we want to use up, basically, or use up the ammunition that we're making fresh and see how it gets on. Those lasers are not having a great deal of joy against that very large rock. But never mind, it's missing anyway, and that's the most important thing. Oh, the bullet ammo is about to leave the system. Oh, actually, when it does, no, we're still going to be pulling the bullets round at... Why have the bullets jammed? I don't really understand. Presumably there's somewhere where we've got 2 things trying to feed. No, I don't understand why the bullets aren't just flowing steadily, endlessly round and round. They do sometimes. But at the moment, they don't seem to want to. So, I don't know. I do wonder if I should have upgraded this belt that's carrying the rock chunks to a green belt as well, just to get a bit more throughput on it. But, never mind. We're also doing side balancing down here as well, which helps a little bit, because then it makes it a bit more likely there's enough room for all of the grabometrons to unload all the rock chunks that they're catching. Like that. Catch. Nom. Oh, they're busy little things, aren't they? It does feel almost like it's sticking out a vacuum hose and just going and sucking absolutely everything up. It's quite cool. Anyway, yes, we've got lots of promethium chunks coming in. We are now up to 500 of them, I think. 500 of them. And up here, we're waiting for that to get to 2,500 at the moment. Okay, we'll see how it looks when it gets to the 2,500. But yeah, the defences seem to be working quite happily. You see what, this is what I mean. The weaponry across the front of the ship is perfectly capable of dealing with everything that's coming in here and just destroying all of the incoming asteroids. No problem at all. While the ammunition supply holds up. But then eventually we get to the point where the ammunition supply can't hold up. It starts to struggle, and then the ship starts to have problems. And even as it is, going at the current speed, we are using the rockets up faster than they're being produced. And actually, yeah, it's the explosives that's the problem. So these machines here making the explosives, even full of speed modules, some of which are slightly quality, they're still not producing the explosives as fast as the machines down here are churning through them in order to make the missiles. That's horrifying. I need more of these, but I don't really have anywhere to put them. These are easily keeping up producing the coal, so that's great. But even with these machines working at their absolute fastest and having all these beacons down here, I suppose I could put in another beacon. I can't put in a beacon here. The belts won't allow it. I could put one in. I can't put one in here because I could put one here. Actually, this would work. And one over here. Make these machines run even faster. That feels like a good idea. So I could do that and that. Oh, I have some beacons now. Excellent. I can actually. I wasn't expecting that to actually build them. I was expecting to just go, yeah, sure, you want some beacons, but you can't have them. Oh, it's because this is meant to be an epic beacon. That's why there's a shortage. Because we have a supply of generic, normal, boring beacons. That's fine. We just don't have any of the. We just don't have any epic ones. Which should, perhaps those are the ones I should be using up here. Is there a water shortage? You're right. There's a water shortage. Damn it. Thank you for pointing that out. Let's put some speed modules in these guys. Oh, come on. I haven't run out of speed modules, have I? I have a bit. See how that goes. Yes, you're quite well spotted. I didn't notice that I'd run out of water. What else do I have in here? No. What else do I have in here? I've got some tier 2 speed modules. So I obviously pulled up 50 speed modules, and I've used every single one of them. That's impressive and horrifying. Now that I've done that, how's the power? Still okay, actually. Only 300 megawatts out of 400. So down here I could put in a couple of tier 2s as well. There we go. Make the fuel a little bit quicker. Why not? Okay, so now these guys are running at a speed of plus 800%. No, sorry, plus 800%, so 9 times their normal speed. That's ridiculous. Are you guys not now insufficient? I don't know. I know all of my machines have internal buffers that we're perhaps trying to fill up at this point. And so having quintupled the speed of these machines, I don't know. It seems to be... It is still struggling a bit. Only quadrupled. 2,500. Yeah, mumble. Could do that, and then that, and an underground from there to there, and that and that. Not that one. There we go. They're not going to be as quick as these ones, but they're going to provide a bit of extra capacity, and I have four more tier 2 speed modules that I can chuck in them, like that and that. So there's going to be a bit of extra water supply now. Yeah, there we go. We've beaten the having run outness of it. We're now getting that is now 5% full. Okay, so there we go. We've got enough water now, and suddenly that means we've got enough explosives. Nice. Oh, we've suddenly got enough rockets as well. Is that because that might be because we poured out all of the ones that were stored in here? Yes, I think that's because all the ones that were stored in here have now made it out onto the belt. So that's given us a bit of a boost. But we're still flying and using them, so we'll see how we get on now. Maybe we're okay. That would be rather nice. Oh, we're heading back. No, we are still heading. No, we're heading back now. So the threat level is reduced because we're now heading back towards the solar system. So we're not getting through as many. The threat level is down. The number of large rocks coming in has dropped off again because presumably we reckoned we got past the 2,500. Yeah, we had. There's still quite a long way to go. I'm not convinced this is going to actually fill up. I may need to increase how far. Make it a bit later that it turns around is what I'm trying to say. Because 2,500 seems to have only filled. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to consider. How much to consider this to be full? Because I don't know what the full capacity of this mess down here is when it's absolutely full. But at the moment we've got 3,900 in there. We're probably 2/3 full now. Let's assume 4,000 is 2/3. So that's 6,000. So yeah, the turnaround point should be 3 or probably 3,500 because I think the ship comes back faster than it goes out because of gravity. So this is probably not going to quite fill up, but it is going to be a lot of promethium nonetheless. So let's change the number in there to 3,500 instead of 2,500. And then the next trip out will probably be... It'll be a little bit more dangerous because we'll have a lot more rocks to find. But we'll get a lot more... decent amount more promethium in the storage systems. I feel like this isn't flowing through quite as fast as it was before. But to be honest, it's very hard to tell by eye. There's a certain amount of randomness. I think when a nice big promethium rock or two come in from ahead, then the grabber in the middle here can go absolutely nuts, grabbing all of the promethium chugs and trying to pass them all through. And so we get loads coming through for a short time. You can see, yeah, there we go. Loads got captured from that, and then it can have another go at all these ones and those ones, and yeah. And then things calm down a little bit after that for a moment or two. But yeah, okay, it's picked up a lot of stuff from that flurry. So there's a lot of resources coming through there. And actually, maybe it is going to fill up. We're now down to the last sort of set of horizontal belts in there. So maybe I didn't need to increase that. We'll see how it gets on. What are the ratios on the right? On the right of where? Oh, we're having trouble with carbon supply now. Huh. All the carbon is getting turned into coal to made into explosives, which means we're not going to get any down. Oh, there's quite a lot buffered along here, so it's probably going to be all right for a while. Yeah, it turns out having enough water that all of your machines can run properly means you then suddenly have a shortage of input resources. These are all running very, very nicely. They've got all of the they've got the belt is there's enough on the belt, but they're all running flat out. I could put more machines in. Well, I couldn't put more machines in. There isn't room for it. But I could potentially. No, I don't think I can make this go any faster. This is the rate that we are getting carbon and sulfur through at, and we are eating all of the sulfur, all of the carbon, and all of the sulfur. Actually, we are limited by both of those, which is interesting. I'm not used to seeing both ingredients be both be the limiting factor at the same time. That doesn't feel like it makes sense, but it does seem to be. That's an impressive level of balance. Oh yeah, and we've eaten up all of that supply of explosives now. So we're going to run out of rockets in a little while. But I think on this particular journey we're going to be absolutely fine. But when we do start to run low, then the ship will go more slowly. It'll get through the rockets more slowly. It'll have a chance to catch up a bit. So it may be okay. Oh, water consumption and product on taskbar. Yeah, true. I could have looked at that. But yeah, it's filling the tanks up very nicely over here now. I say tanks. This tank down here is mostly full. Yeah, there's no. It's not going to make any difference when it does fill up. It's not like we're going to suddenly have lots of any other resources available on mass. It's not like when the coal belt fills up and we start using less carbon and sulfur. Yeah, this is just going to happen. This is just, I suppose, how things are. Unless I do another big expansion and put in more carbon crushing. Now I could switch some of these up here over to doing the carbon crushing. Actually, that might be a good idea. Yeah, let's do that. No, right, yes, that. Bring it over this way. Right, okay. Unlink that and that. Link that and that. And then... Stop it. You say upgrade the quality of the crushers as if that's an easy thing to do. Yes, that would be quite nice. But making quality things like that has been a difficult challenge for me, should we say. Can we just get rid of all of this trash, please? There we go. Yeah, getting higher quality machinery like that has definitely been a bit difficult because it all requires massive quantities of low density structures, and I just don't have that sort of thing around. What's this? Okay, that's fine. I can get rid of a load of that, and then I need to do that to there, and then I can rotate. I can put in a splitter there. I can rotate that there, and I can put a belt in there. These are all the wrong colour. This should all needs to be green. Ah, heck. I don't have a green splitter aboard, do I? I'll have to go back via. Oh no, I do. Excellent. Oh, of course, because I upgraded this one. So yeah. Right. Why are you guys not working? It should just be. Oh, I know why you're not working. Oh dear, I've chucked a load of iron ore down here. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, well, we'll retrieve that when it gets to the other end, because it's all going to get stuck down here somewhere, I think. And we'll eliminate it as it goes past. Or once it's gone past. Okay, I think I might have got it. So there we go. Yeah, we've got a lot more sulfur and carbon coming through now, so that's going to keep this a little bit busier. And then we sort of have okay, we've filled up on sulfur. That's weird and somewhat unexpected, but okay. I haven't put an emergency overflow system into. Oh, it's because that's There we go. Right. Yeah, had some more iron ore stuck in there. That's why that broke. There we go. Now everything's flowing again. That's much better. Yeah, I probably making more crushers is probably a good idea. What's the benefit from crushers? Are they just a bit faster? Let's have a look. Crafting speed and health. Okay, so it runs a bit quicker, so it's like putting some speed modules in, which is what I'm doing anyway. So why are you not doing anything? Oh, it's because this output thing isn't like that. There we go. Yeah, making higher quality crushers is certainly a possibility for this. Let's see how this does. And this belt is now. I was going to say this belt is now fairly full. It's actually not that full. But it's doing quite well, but yeah. And the explosive production is still inadequate. And we have sufficient resources now. It is churning out the explosives. The machines are working. These machines are working flat out. I can't make them go any faster without putting more beacons around, or potentially putting in more of these machines. So this is your lot. This is as fast as this goes, and it's certainly not enough to keep all of the rocket production going at once, which is a bit of a shame. And I don't really want to have to extend the ship again in order to put in more explosive machines, because I could extend it by sort of the width of another one of the or two of these, stick it out a bit further, have some more of those, and then maybe have them going down. Have some more of these, because if I use more explosives, I'm going to need more coal. And then maybe have these going all the way up the side, put productivity modules in them instead. I don't really want to do any of that though. I think this has been a definite upgrade. I don't know if it's going to be sufficient as upgrades go, but it definitely is it's a significant upgrade, but I don't know if it's going to be sufficient. But it would be interesting to find out how far the ship can now get out into the wild black yonder. But the limiting factor, I was going to say, does seem to be the sulfur. Actually, no, the limiting factor is how fast the sulfur's coming through. Alright, maybe making some crushers is going to be the next thing to do then. What do they cost? They cost a lot of low density. Yeah, that's all expensive stuff. And yeah. Yeah, quality machines are definitely an answer. I don't really have enough production of, well, anything at this point to be churning through to make high quality machines. There is the opposite. I think probably maybe it's time I started thinking more about the quality options actually, and started building out things to make a whatever building. So in this case, crushers, and then perhaps also what do you guys? Cryogenic plants. I don't really want to have to. I don't really want to have to churn cryo plants, because that's going to have to be done on Aquilo, and that's going to be extremely annoying. But yeah, something that takes in a system for building and rebuilding and rebuilding crushers could be a possibility, certainly. All right, let's go and have a quick think about that over here on Fulgora, because this is an area where, well, I have some quality stuff over here. Because you don't really get free low density structures. You get low density structures out of the processing here, but then okay, there's a 10%ish chance they'll come out as tier 2 low density structures. But then if you want to get them any higher, you have to recycle them, which crunches them down. You just get a massive flood of copper and plastic and stuff. So, which yes, then you could put into another machine and try and upgrade later. Yeah. Do I have any quality plastic here already? That's a thought. Yeah, so down here I do have, well, I've got 53 legendary plastics and quite a lot of tier 4 plastic. So potentially if I brought some foundries over to Fulgora and then acquired some, yeah, I could bring foundries over to Fulgora. I could acquire some I've got copper. I've got molten copper here. I could do molten iron in the same way, dropping down the iron ore and melting it down into and then I could make low density structures with that plastic I saw. So, yeah. Or make a machine that uses low density. So yeah, making the asteroid pulverizers and then recycle that. Yeah. Yeah, I do have carbon down here, which is being turned into coal. So I could put productivity. I could put quality modules into these machines. I do seem to have plenty of carbon down here. Yeah, this might be a good way to do it actually. And then over here I can also get some. Yeah, okay. Let's go back over to Fulgora and start and try and make some quality plastic, quality low density structures, and see how things go from there. Right. So what ships have I got here? And you say that, Daredevil. The problem is, yes, that does kind of work, but the massive downside of it is you have to make 4 times. You only get a quarter of them back. So I don't know if that's actually... I don't know if what you're saying is actually true. It may well be. I'm not sure. So where am I trying to go to? I'm trying to go... Yakko is here. Right. Okay. I need to empty my inventory first, though, probably. Oh, no. My inventory is already empty, apart from a blueprint. Go away. I don't know if that matters or not. Right, you. Travel to space platform. Take me to the Yakko. No, the carbon on Fulgora is being dropped from a spaceship in orbit over Fulgora, so there's plenty of it available there. At least for the sort of... I'm not going to be doing these things on a massive scale, so it'll probably be okay. Probably. But yeah, you're telling me to bring things in from orbit, so I'm going to be doing that. Right, go to Fulgora and get off at Fulgora. And then, yes, we can load up with all these things. Yes, so if Yakko's going, that means Brain can stop when Brain gets to Norvis. We can decommission it. Just dump all of that. There we go. And now we can delete those. And there's nothing specific on here anymore. Oh, apart from those. So we can now rename Brain to... where is it? Oh, here it is. Brain to Temp2. And then reuse that next time I need a spaceship. Oh, you're saying do the whole thing in space? That's an interesting idea. Yeah, and just have a spaceship that produces low-density structures. Decommission the Brain, do you call it the salesman? Maybe. Where's all my stuff? Oh, I'd probably dumped it over here. Let's do it on here for now, and then upgrade later when I realise I need more capacity for everything. I'm not 100% sure why I came over here actually, but we'll see. I may end up needing to do some things manually. So we're going to have another one of these that's going to be doing low density structures of a legendary quality. And typically these pipes are the wrong way round. Oh, I can just flip it like that, can't I? I'm still not used to that being a thing. I know it's a thing, but I'm still not used to it being a thing. Put you in there, and you are going to take it. You are going to be doing the... Actually, no, you're not. Let's put you... Actually, yes, let's do it down. Yeah, put that in down here. And you're going to do the making molten iron from... Do you mind? It annoys me that it closes the window when you have a... when a building gets placed, if you're thinking about what you want to do in it. It's that one. Iron ore and calcite. So I want to bring the filters. Iron ore out of here. I want to bring the calcite from over there. No. That, yeah. And then bring it down here like this and load it in here. Some more power would be useful as well, like that. Right, so that's that. Now we just need to chuck in quality plastic into here. Oh, and I need to bring some, I need to request iron ore as well. That'll probably just turn up. There we go. Now I just need some legendary plastic, and we'll produce the legendary low density structures. That's going to be pretty easy, at least until we run out of the legendary plastic that's over on the other side. So that's pretty good. Unload you into a... Well, it's going to need to be a logistics box, isn't it? So see if we've got any reds. I said we'll see if we've got any reds. Come on, behave. That goes there, and we probably don't. Oh, we do. Excellent. Well, I've got some legendary plastic, so I thought I might as well use it. And then once I've used up all the legendary plastic, I'll then drop down to epic plastic. And put some quality modules in as well at the same time. So I'll get some quality modules while I'm over here, because those are being built up here. What have we got? Nothing sensible. So I've obviously been messing around with this. Right? Oh, what are you doing? Yeah, see here we're waiting for rare quality 2s, and we don't seem to have any. Down here we're trying to make rare quality 1s, and we just this is all sort of ground to a bit of a halt. But I can get some. I get those. Those will do. They're the best by a significant margin. And then I can get that and that and several of these. Yes, the keeping it all legendary is going to be difficult. But and legendary other items. But yeah, I've got some of the legendary metals though, at least. So I think this might be okay. Might not be okay, but we will see. What? Oh right. Oh, the box hadn't been placed yet. That's why it didn't work. All of that and all of that. Well, I don't need these quality modules yet, but never mind. As soon as we switch over to the slightly less epic, then we'll be glad we got them. I'm gonna need this down. Here. Okay, we're waiting for more molten copper to come through. Fine. I mean, we are using the molten copper up to make the low density structures as well, so that's kind of fair enough. But we've got a number of ships in orbit, hopefully trying to drop it down. So we'll see. There's some more iron as well. Lovely. So I could unload that and tell that to make. Let's tell it to make the epic ones. And then see what we get out on the other side of here. So yeah, that's made 4 low density, legendary low density structures, and that's been massively quicker than anything else has made any legendary low density structure. So that's really good. It's just a shame that I happened to turn up when we had a massive copper shortage, because we presumably churned through lots of low density structures. In fact, how is filling up these boxes getting on? Pretty poorly. Oh, actually, no, that one's mostly full. All right, this is not so bad. But we have ripped through all of the low-density structures that were anywhere in order to fill them up. So maybe I should drop that down to only being filled up to there. And that one only being filled up to there as well. That's like 2 rockets worth for each one. So that's pretty good. Oh, I know, Inks. I was just chucking them in there to get them... just to somewhere, to put them somewhere. To get them out of the... putting them in there then to make sure I didn't forget them later, basically. So now I've dropped down to just producing epic. So they're actually useful now. What else do you need to make those? We're talking about crushers at the moment, aren't we? So we'll have a look at those. Steel and electric engine units are annoying to make at high qualities. The steel I've got 18 of at epic. Oh, some more. Another 2 epic, legendary plastics in there. What's going on here? I've got another 20. I should be looking in the logistics network for this, shouldn't I? So steel plate. I've got 1600 epic steel, so that's pretty good. And electric engines. I've got 3 legendary and 474 rare. Okay, so let's think about what you were suggesting that I should be doing. So the idea you're recommending is smash them down and build them up, and until we get up to until we get into the quality we want. So we'll put our electric engines. We'll put our rare electric engines in there, which isn't too bad, and then that'll flood stuff out like this, and we'll split the ingredients off that come out of that, and we'll say we want epic to go that way. And we want legendary if we get any to go that way. We can then feed that up into a. We'll put it into a box for now because this is a sort of a proof of concept. See how this general idea is going to work. So put it into a box, and then we can have an assembly machine that will attempt to turn that into another. That will try and turn that into a better one. Let's put you out the other way. Boop, like that. And at the moment, actually, well, we're not necessarily trying to get to epic, but we'll see. So again, and then down here, we'll do exactly the same sort of thing. Belt comes down, put it into a box, another assembly machine. So this is going to be making the. In this case, we're going to be making crushers. No, not we're going to be making electric engines. I'm going to need a supply of lube for this as well. That's okay. Lube is easy to get hold of. I didn't set you to set your quality. So I want make a tier 4 electric engine. What am I doing? It should be up here. I'm having a brain trouble. I'm struggling to brain, should we say. There we go. Have that there and there and there, which means that can go there. You're going to be doing a tier 3 electric engines. And then they're both going to put them out onto... Well, it's going to be a belt that comes out like this and goes across here and then goes back in down here for recycling, isn't it? That's the whole point of this thing, is that we then pass those round and around like this. Granted, this is trying to make legendaries, which is not necessarily the goal at the moment, but yeah. So yeah, if I put a load of tier 3 electric engines in here, then this should churn them until I get tier 5s out down here. As long as I put those quality modules in, so I had in my pockets, like that and that and that. Oh, I ran out. Nah. Although I think at the moment I'm only going up to epic at the moment. I think looking at what I was doing elsewhere. I'm going to put in another small production system. No, not that. Another small production system for making the making the lube over here because it's so easy. It's easier to. I think it's easier to put in another one than to run the pipes over. If I can find the offshore pump. I swear finding the offshore pump is always the hardest part of doing one of these things. There it is. Oh. So I want an offshore pump there. I want a chem plant next to it. Chem. Chemical plant. It's there. And that's doing lube. Which is, yes, just heavy, literally just heavy oil. And then we pipe goes there to there like that, just in case I just decide I do want to upgrade them to the next level at some point. And there and there. And there. And then I'll need power over here as well. This is assuming I have some offshore pumps, which I don't. I don't have offshore pumps. I don't have chemical plants. How do I not have chemical plants? I thought I had a bajillion of them on this planet. I would assume. I thought I'd brought quite a lot of them down, but apparently not. So we still need an offshore pump and a chemical plant. Let's go and get that. Beep, lightning. Dodge. Ow. That one got me. Didn't dodge very well. Right, so somewhere down here, there was a machine, yeah, there we go, that made a bajillion chemical plants, and apparently I didn't take enough of them down to the south. We'll take some electric engineers. Oh yeah, I want to take some, oh, here's the one I'm trying to make a grabometron. That's interesting. I should probably have another epic one of those. Right, where am I? Oh, there they are. You guys. Let's have 130 of those to start us off with. Any other thoughts? Anything else? Oh yeah, more quality modules. Not that I actually need them at this point, I don't think. I think everything's already got the quality modules it needs. But there's some quite good ones in. No, these are all tier 1s. Don't give that can't reach nonsense. Put them in there. Anything else? Oh yeah, offshore pump. I need to make an offshore pump of a very, very standard quality, and that is, I found it before. Here it is. It is iron gears and pipes. Can we have some iron, please? There's some iron. Offshore pump. Right, let's go and get that in place. Okay, so yeah, this should churn through fairly quickly and make me a load of quality whatevers. I should have brought steel as well for making the actual pulverizers, but never mind. Right, so there we go. We've got 16 tier 4, and got up to, well, still only on 4 of those, but it is working. So over here, I made that, didn't I? Yes, I did, but I don't have any bots. Right, so there's my lube, and then down here, let's put in 50 of these to start with. So it'll crush that, and out come the bits. So we're getting out some tier 3, which is rough, what you'd expect most of. Yeah, so it's a scattering of all different bits and pieces coming out. So you need to have a certain number going in to be able to reliably get the bits out to make the next tier of whatever. Oh wait, I didn't put these modules in the right place. Need to put them in here. And actually, no, this should. Oh no, I've done this wrong. So those definitely need to be taken out here. But what I need to do here is have a splitter that says output tier 4 stuff. No, greater than or equal to tier 4 stuff to the right, like that. And then have an output on there and an input on there, and realise that this pipe work isn't going to work. What Muppet designed this? Still isn't going to work. Right, okay, do that. Why is this bit difficult? Come on, Laurence. This is elementary Factorio. Oh, stop being in personal mode. Bot mode is much easier. Right, do that and that and that. That and that and that. There we go. Are we done now? Have we stopped failing at really, really obvious bits of Factorio that we've been doing for a decade at this point? Right, so there we go. Now we can churn through these things and see what comes out. And eventually, if we're lucky, yeah, we'll get a few of these, tier 4 quality motors. In fact, those should just be being put into a box as well. In fact, it should be a red box. Like that. There. So we've run it, and we've used up the 50 motors that we put in, and out of that we've got out 2, 3, maybe 3. Have we run out of red chests? Probably. Let's replace it with a steel chest for now, because I've got loads of those. Right, put that there. So yeah, so it's churned through 50 and it's made 3 of 1 tier above. That feels like a much lower improvement level than I would expect, and we've got a quality buff of 15% here. So I feel like we should get out 15% of what we put in, which is more than 3 out of 50. Should be 7. We should have twice as many out. But let's put another 50 in there. And I guess the next step is to start just making the engines and running them through this, and then have this as a sort of have this doing all of the qualities up to 4, and just see what we get out of it. So let's put in the rest of them like that. These go in here, and I'll keep them for later. But yeah, the system essentially works. It just needs to be a little bit longer. In fact, that should... Yeah, we could get tier 5 out of here. That is possible. Okay, right, so that's the basic idea. Let's now make it not awful. Oh, 15% of 25%. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so 3 is actually quite good. We should have got 2. Right. So yeah, this is expensive, and this is kind of why it took me so long to actually do it, because I was aware of just how pricey all of this is going to be. So over here we have this system, and then we're going to need to feed in all the different things along here. So each one of these, I'm going to put in a chest before it. I'm going to put in the chests because I'm aware that each one is each one is going to have quite a lot of fails before we get the successes. Yeah. So that and that, and let's switch over to map mode. It's going to make building a lot easier until we run out of stuff that we need. Right, and then down here that and that, and this is going to pull out to the right. We're going to have anything of quality 1. Like that. And then up here I need to adjust the qualities for all these. 2, 3, 4, and well, this is everything else 5. But I'll leave it like that so it's really, really obvious what's going on. Then along here we do 3, 4, 1. What? 1 electric motor. That way. So you should be a tier 2 electric motor. So still need to select electric motor and tier 2. Okay. 2, 3, 4, and 5 electric motor. Ha ha ha. And I've run out of pipe bits. Great. This planet needs a mall. And then we have that chucking back out there. And then we don't want any of the tier 3s, 2s or 1s. So these guys come across here like this and feed into there. These ones we do want, so we'll take them out and put them into boxes for now, like that. And it's all going to want power. Boop, there we go. And a pipe. Down here like this. All right. Well, if we had all the belts, that'd be lovely. Let's go and get some more belts and some underground pipes. And I'm waiting for a rocket silo there. Never mind. How are you getting on? Gleaming. Slowly, it appears to be the answer. Okay. Well, that's the concept is there. We'll leave that one running, and we'll head back up this way and play Dodge the Lightning, which I'm pretty sure is not a game you can actually. It's not a game you have any actual control of. I'll come up here and see. Hopefully, I've got a load of belts up here. I can't remember how anything on this planet works. Where stuff is stored. I mean, there's a load of chests up here. There was a landing pad over here where I was keeping stuff, but oh, this is all yellow belts as well. Oh, here we go. Here are the belts. So we'll take 2 of those, all of those, 2 of those, all of those. I said all of those. I miss long reach, I really do. Oh, we run out of red chests as well. I'll take some of those, and some of those, and some of those, just because I can. Oh, and I need quality modules for absolutely everything. So at this point, I need to just make normal quality 2s. I just need to make, yeah, standard basic quality, no, quality 3s. Let's stop messing around with trying to make quality 3s. Let's just make quality 3s. Like that. Oh, wait, you just do that. And not have power, apparently. And you output ingredients, you input requests. There we go, pull all the stuff in for those. And over here, I think we just want to make normal quality 1s, normal quality 2s. It's not going to give me the best results yet, but we'll get this sort of working. We'll work upwards, essentially, is what I'm thinking here. Do I have any quality modules there? I've got 1. All right, we'll give it to you. But the problem is, unless you're ready to do a whole sort of branching tree system, you can't put quality modules into all of these machines without just ending up with a load of miscellaneous ones like these. So I put them in there, for example. But if I put quality modules in here, then I'll end up with a load of, well, what I've already got here. Well, I have loads of these various qualities of tier 1 quality 1 modules, and then unless we're actually ready to start making them, fiddling around with it en masse and trying to make the higher quality tiers, or have a massive fan thing coming out of it, it's useless. You can only really put them in the end machine, like I've done over here, which is a bit silly. So if I take that, if I try and put that in here, it'll replace something. So that was giving me a quality plus 1.9. That's 2.5. Okay, so that is better. Fair. If we try that again, try and put those in there. It's upgraded another 2 of them. Now, were those actually better? So that's gone from a 1.6 to a 2.5. So yes, actually that is better. Okay, fair enough then. Well, yeah, I'll upgrade the quality modules in here first, and then start taking the ones that are made down to the rest of the place, rest of the new area. I sort of want to come around and find all of the quality modules of a different, that are better or worse or anything like that, and then just start upgrading them, and then start trying to push them through. But that's going to require a lot of manual fiddling with the machines, and I don't really want to do that. And I don't really want to build a massive branching tree system for doing all of the different qualities as they come through. But maybe I'm going to have to if I want to get them. Yeah, I think you're right, Inks. And I think I've been so far. I haven't been mega basing with it. I've been letting the quality do. I've been doing things like letting the quality just make some better accumulators, for example, and then putting those down because they're there. I've not been deliberately building up a system where I can churn through the high quality stuff. Oh, what? No, put those in there like that. There we go. Also help me. Okay, I've got one quality module 3. Ha ha ha. And the other thing is you can't use speed beacons with these, because if you put speed beacons in, then they knock out all your quality as well. Yeah, bot networks are gross. I don't want to do a bot network. I have my pride, and it's a sort of thing I've tried to avoid. Although I have to admit, around here we are doing bot network to a fairly large extent, which is a bit of a shame. But oh well. Maybe I should start sketching out what a quality tree would look like with for those. So we'd have at the beginning, obligatory, very good place to start. We would have. I'm going to try and build it somewhere where there's no Roboport coverage. We would have one machine making quality tier 1 quality modules. Haha. Then we'd have its output coming out of here, and then we'd have basically this. Except we're not going to fit all of those things in, but never mind. We'll put that in anyway. then I can put that. Well, that one can be fed straight back. No, that can be fed straight off to the. Oh, so this would be my yeah. Okay, so this would be then we'd make the tier 1 tier 2s, the quality 1 tier 2s. So I have those down there like that, right? And then from here, I guess actually at this point you just output all of them. So we do that and that. We don't need the boxes on this one. We're just going to feed them straight into here, along with the other inputs for making. Oh, bringing in the other inputs is going to be annoying. The higher quality circuits for the higher quality modules. Ugh, hadn't thought of that. Yeah, because it's not just module to module to module all the way up, because that'd be relatively easy. So this would need to then bring in tier 2. So right. So this would be tier 1 quality modules. Fine. That brings in red and green circuits. Easy. Then this is tier 2 quality modules. Fine. Brings in red and blue circuits. Fine. Easy. Then this is tier 2 quality modules of uncommon. So you need to bring in. So I'd need to bring in uncommon circuits. Good. I'm glad you're not providing spoilers, Inc. Because it's much more interesting for me to try and mess with these things myself, and then realise where all the things are going to be absolutely horrible, like here. So 2 and 5. There we go. And then all of these would need all of these would need inputs of various different quality circuits. And at that point, I think I am going to throw in the towel and just allow it to be bot fed, because this has got ridiculous already. So yeah, you then have this one. You then have blue circuits, blue chests all the way up here, like this, feeding these, and then you bring all of the tier 2s out like this. This assumes as well that you want some of all of them, and then you do this again. Like that for module 3. So you'd be making the quality module 3, tier 2 quality module 3, tier 3 quality module 3, tier 4 quality module 3, and tier 5 quality module 3, like that. So that would work. And you'd have then a miscellaneous spray of quality modules, of different tier 3 quality modules coming off here of various different qualities, as long as you had all the inputs going in along here. So yes, it sort of is a thing, but I'm not convinced it's a good thing. Maybe doing something a bit simpler, like making these things, would be a bit easier. The other possibility, of course, is that you say I only want to have tier 3 and above modules coming out from here, so I'll just recycle these ones back down into circuits, and then try and and then have some more machines over here doing the various different tiers of quality module 1, with whatever comes out from the recycling over here, and giving it a little bit of a head start. But that's another level of complexity. That's probably what I'm going to do over here, though. Actually, no. Over here, I'm just thinking of chucking in all of the bits to make these ones, and seeing how it goes from there. So I guess that would be, for this one, I need that, and that, and that, and hit that. And then a supply of green circuits and engine units as well. Ugh, right. Space more grid lights have multiple lanes of input and output. Would that help? Because in theory, even this one could potentially produce a legendary tier 2 quality module, so that needs to be able to then allow it to flow all the way down to here. I suppose yes. Oh, I see what you mean. I could have a belt flowing across here, carrying the tier 4 red and blue circuits, and then another one. Well, another one with the superconductors for that, and then that, and then over to here. Yeah, that could work. Yes. In fact, that would probably be nicer than using the Roboport chests. So yes, that would be that's certainly a possibility. But again, it needs a huge quantity of high tier circuits, and I suspect the possibility is to go with what I think Inks has been trying to nudge me towards the whole time, which is where you go, actually forget about all. Essentially, don't do this at all. Do this essentially quality module 1, quality module 2, quality module 3, and then just chuck them in here, and then you're only getting out the ingredients for quality modules. That would be a lot easier and that would be a lot simpler. So that's probably a good place to start. So okay, let's well, I'll leave that there because it's an interesting sketch of my thinkings. But yeah, perhaps doing this sort of design is actually slightly better. Certainly easier to make, which is what I'm going to need over here, because this is going to have to make engine units. Which means this is going to have to make... Well, I'm going to need gears up here at some point. I've run out of assembly machines, that's annoying. This is run out of... this. Oh, I'm up here. Okay. Am I making assembly machines up here? I am. Let's take some of those as well. Let's take some of those as well then. There we go. No, I think you're being reasonably subtle, Links. I'm not complaining about the sort of stuff. The hint you dropped maybe a touch too blatant, but not too bad. They're allowing me to basically do my own thinking. So yeah, I think you're doing okay. Where is my unload? Oh, it's up here. Up here. These boxes. Can I have my bots back, please? Yoink. At least some of them. Alright, so we have I didn't bring any pipes. Right, okay, so we've got this thing. We're going to need more foundries. I'm going to need 1, 2, 3. I want 1 to produce me some pipes. 1 to produce steel. Steel? And 1 to produce, I don't know, what do we need over here? So you need pipes, steel, and gears. Okay, so probably gears. And no, don't build that. Oh, never mind. And green circuits. Ugh, need to bring those over. I don't want to bring them over. This is all awful. Right, and then we can go an underground pipe from here, like that. Oh, but of course I can't build any more pipes until I've got more pipes. Oh, that's fun. For certain values of fun. And then you want to make gears. Gears? Gears, that one. Oh, I do have some pipes. Oh, it's underground pipes I don't have. Fine. Let's get some pipes and just make some underground pipes then. Here's my everything. There's some pipes. Give me the pipes. And give me some iron. Okay. What have I made? Is it progress? Okay, there's still some churn happening over here, and we're still making a few more of the. We're still managing to churn out a few of the advanced electric engineers. We've got up to nine special ones now, so you know there is some progress being made there. What I want to do now, I think, is run a belt from over here. So we've got pipes, and that's the other two. Belt goes from here. I'm not worrying too much about the about this system here, because I think I'm going to pull this back up again once it's finished running through the engines it's running through at the moment. Once it's finished churning through all these bits and pieces, I think I can kill that and just start and get rid of it, and just this can be the main system down here. I do need another recycler from somewhere. Maybe it'll be that one. And I need a massive load of quality modules as well. What? Oh no! Don't build that. I changed my mind. I don't want any of that. Oh, I can go tucked in there. Then I'm also going to need a large quantity of green circuits for this. So I'm just going to go and grab some of those manually for the moment, and then when I hate it all a bit more, I'll bring them over by. I'll bring a belt over with them on. But for now, this is a decent number because quite a lot of these are stacked. For certain, yeah, they're kind of stacked anyway. It's the bumpy stacks that you get when you're coming out of recycler. Okay, that's a lot. That's yeah, plentiful supply. So bring all these over to here. Right, put them in this box like that. One of those in there. Oh, I didn't put the inserters down. I had the exerters on. Fail. Right, so one of those there, and this goes here, like that. I've got a damaged inserter there for some reason, but oh well, c'est la vie. So that'll come down here. We'll get the... It's not there that they're needed. Let's try that again. That was only a box. I meant that to be a inserter as well. Inserter goes there. Right, and it's here that we put in the green circuits. There we go. What are you missing? Oh, it was pipes as well. Oh, I knew. I should have known I put in a pipe for a reason. Right, that goes up there. There we go. So there'll be some pipes coming out of there sooner or later. There we go. So that should be everything. That should be everything I need now to make the engines, to make the red engines. That'll feed in down here. I just need to put quality modules and everything. So let's rotate that for now before I start dumping stuff in there, and go and see how many quality 3s I've made. And then I think... I was going to say I should put in some machines churning quality 3s up to a higher quality level, if I've got enough quality 3s for it to be worth it. But that's going to mean I'm going to need a load of these things. But I have those down there already, so that might be okay. Right, how are you getting on? Okay, 30 something. Take all of those. Is that enough? Yes, I think that's enough. That's enough to get me started. It's not going to be enough to make the thing to churn the tier 3 modules, but it's a good start. So back down here again. La 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 la. More iron ore coming in. Good. So down here, right? I need to put in. Let's put the best ones in there. I don't know if there's any actual logic in that, but it feels like that's going to be the machine that's going to be used the most. So I want to put the best ones in there as much as I can. Then, whatever. Kind of doesn't matter. No point in putting any quality modules in this one, because anything goes into here is already going to be legendary. So that's fine. So I can turn that back around again. There we go. It's recycling that known bad electric engine. Oh, actually, I could put quality modules in there as well. Then we might get some slightly better parts out, and then we can just feed and then we can just let that feed through and see what comes out at the end. It's going to mostly be junk, I suspect. Ooh, what's the? Hang on. What's that blip? Can you make? You can't make green circuits directly from Yeah, so these are, yeah, these have to be made from this recipe, but I could make copper cables in my in one of these, and then the iron plates down here, and make my electronic circuits from that. Oh, could prod mod the, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I haven't brought any prod mods with me. Yeah, that's slightly more efficient, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. No, the engine. No, it's the engines. Engines I want to prod mod. The motors I want to quality mod because I might as well. Okay, so there's a tier 2 motor being made there, and I haven't put in the unloaders. There we go. That would help. We've made 2 motors so far of not particularly exciting quality. Oh no, we've made 2 tier 2 motors. All right, that's a start, I guess. We'll see. Yeah, most of them are just getting destroyed. Great. Okay, let's copy that to over here again. Let's start doing another. Let's start sketching out the system for making higher tier quality modules then, because it's going to be basically the same, except these are all going to be. So we're not going to have. Well, there's not going to be any pipes. And then over here, these are all going to be. In fact, it's going to be very, very different, and I'm not entirely sure it's worth copying and pasting that. Let's get all of out that. Why is there no lightning coverage down here? I see. Let's put one of these in over here, just to keep me a little bit safer. That's not going to happen, is it? I'm just going to get repeatedly struck by lightning. Oh well, never mind. I think I can survive that. It's just my machinery that can't so much. So, in fact, I don't even need to be standing here. I'm just being foolish. So over here, we're going to have one of these that is going to be doing the remaking the first tier, second tier, third tier, fourth tier, fifth tier. And so all of the, and then we can get rid of these because this is going to be different. This part though in the middle is going to be the same. So along here, nope, we still need that. So I put those in the wrong place. Try again. There it is, EM plant. So that goes there for the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and the tier 5 will have to be a little bit higher up. Right, like that. And like that. So that's going to do the same sort of churning that we saw before. Again, we probably want to bring out the tier 3 and oh wait, hang on. This should have a filter on it. I forgot a step. Over here, this should have a filter down here that says I'm keeping the 4s and the 5s. So if greater than or equal to 4, oh come on, if greater than or equal to 4, output to the right like that. Because I might have destroyed one of the good ones in there, because it might have produced a tier 4 out of any of these machines, and then I didn't deal with it properly. So I need another that there and that there and that there. Right, so there we go. We need that across the bottom, no matter what of whatever we're doing. And then unloading from here and here and here, and here get their own boxes, just because those are much more likely to be good enough. Okay, so then over here we make the tier 3s, tier 2s, tier 1s, and that means a belt coming along here with red, coming in the We need a belt coming in the top with greens on it, and a belt coming down here with red and blue on it, and a belt coming in here with I don't even remember, the superconductors on it. So that, and that, and that, and that, and that. And then so you're going to make quality 1, you're going to make quality 2, you're going to make quality 3, and then we'll just pass them all down the middle. Boop, boop, boop. And then over here, we're going to make quality 3, tier 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, and 5, 3. Phew! After all that, I think this is a system that will work as long as I plug in the correct ingredients. So, where have we got those ingredients? Am I making... I'm not even making the... Oh, I still haven't started making the pink science over here. So this is going to have to be over here, because this is where these things are, unless I start making... I have been talking about bringing the pink science production down onto this island as well. This could be the right time to do that, because unless I do, I don't have the superconductor. So I could bring a superconductor production over. What does that require? So superconductor is holmium plate, light oil, plastic, and copper. Okay, well at that point, I mean that's half the stuff. So at that point, I'm going to be having to. Okay, I'll look at that in a second, Mike. Thank you. Yeah, so I'll have to do half the stuff over here. So I'll have to do the holmium processing. And at that point, once I've done the holmium processing, I'm halfway to getting the pink science out anyway. So maybe I should just do that. That said, it is running fast enough up here at the moment, just about to keep this box full. So that is currently working. The other possibility is just to go over and grab enormous handfuls of them and bring them all down here. So we've got red and green coming in, and I've actually got blue here as well. I could, yeah, put that in here. So what were we saying? Did I miss a filter on something? 1, 2, 3, 4. Missing a sorter on 4 to 3. Am I? I must be misunderstanding what you're saying, because I don't see what I'm missing. No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm missing, because this looks okay, but I would be happily, but I could easily believe I've missed something off. Whatever it is, it's probably missing over here as well. How are you? So right, this hasn't produced anything yet. We've had a grand total of nothing. We've made. Where's crafting speed? We have 15. This is. Oh, okay, right, fine, okay. If I make a tier 4 or 5 one, if it's make a tier 4 or 5 one with the lower machine, with a lower tier machine, it will delete it. Yes. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yes, you're quite right. Past paper. I did spot that and fixed it. Probably after you sent the message, but yes, I did notice that eventually. Yes. Okay. So far we've made 16 in here. We've made this is more important. We made 59 here, of which 16 have become through as tier 1s and been made over here, and 1 has made it to tier 2 and been remade 1 tier 2, and nothing's got up to tier 3 yet. So this is a difficult process. Admittedly, it doesn't help that we only have a plus 10% on the quality thermometer there. So plus 10% in each of these machines, and then a plus 14% in this one. Those numbers could be a lot higher, which is why it'd be nice to get this up and running. But we're starting. This is giving an impression of the how painful and just generally slow it's going to be to do this sort of shenanigan. So if I put this in down here, because this is a place like that, and then run this belt from here across and in here. We can run this belt across like that and in here, and then we can run this one. I would like to put in a splitter up here with a output priority to the right, because I think this system should probably be a lower priority than absolutely everything else I'm doing. Run that down to there. Especially as it doesn't have any power and therefore won't do anything at all. So put that. I'm going to need another one at the top. So put. No, I'm not going to need that. So I'll put that one in there. That one in there. And also one in underneath like that. Well, I'll need to go and get the modules to module all of this up. But this is the basic idea. Let's turn that so we don't start wasting anything. Not that we will, because I need to go and get the... That's wrong. That should go there. That should go there. And then this one shouldn't go there at all. This should just be a box over here with for now, with a quantity of the superconductors in it. So let's go and get some superconductors. Let's turn my bots on. Oh, my bots are on. Have I used it? Why are my bots being lazy? My bots weren't on. That's why they're being lazy. Fair enough. Right, so we'll do that. Get all this turned on. I'm going to go get some superconductors and some more quality modules, and then we can start churning down there as well. Hundreds to one. That sounds believable. That's presumably that's presumably to go all the way up to legendary. I assume, because I don't think it's. Hopefully it'll be. Therefore, it'll be slightly less painful to go up to if I'm only going up to not quite legendary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 30. Is that enough? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 29. Yes, it is. All right, heading back down. And then anything we do make that's a slightly higher quality, I'll chuck straight in the machine. I suppose I could, for the time being, accept making slightly lower quality tier modules and just chuck everything into boxes. So down here, if I get these guys and go wob, 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 like that, and I could not do that for the time, or rather, I could do this for the time being and say, actually, let's go with anything that's tier 2 or greater, and then any of the modules that come out of here, I can then start chucking into. Oh, I forgot the damn superconductors. Any modules that come out of there that are slightly better, I can start putting into the other machines and making them slightly more likely to produce the better modules, and then just gradually upgrade as we go. So over here, I would like to have some of those, please. Oops, that was not the tier I want. No, I don't want those, actually. I want those. There we go. And then we can refill it again as well. But do I want more than that? Probably not. With no productivity bonus, 10,000 will get me out about 3. Jeez, that's awful. Okay, yes, it's a good thing I'm going to try and upgrade these a little bit further as soon as I can. Those numbers are horrible. I don't like those numbers. Do you have any other numbers for me? How are things going over here? Right, so this is all rubbish now. I'm not quite sure what happened over there, but something came out. Right, so this is all nonsense. Let's get rid of all of this. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that bit manually, and then get rid of that bit automatically, just to make sure. Right. Oh, you've not got any power. Have some power. You've not got any power. Right, what's going on over here then? Have we made anything? No. So you can get the tier 4s in there. You can get the tier 5s in there, and we'll think about these. So the whole reason I started on this train of thought was because I wanted to make some of these and some of these. Oh, and that requires blue circuits as well. Lovely. Just about insult to injury. Another circulator that I'm going to need to make if I want to get these out and being produced. But it is the low density structures that are the hardest part. So we'll those hopefully those are doing a bit better because I fed it some jolly good plastic, and we now have quite a lot of jolly good low density structures. Right, so that's, and yeah, so we've got plenty of the low density structures, which is the most difficult part in my experience. Although we do need 10 electric engine units for one of these and 8 for one of these. Ugh. Right. Yeah, the steel I could just churn through a recycler, actually. Let's do that. So put in an inserter here and tell it to only pass through steel, because that's what I'm worried about upgrading at the moment. Flick that round. That's going to produce steel, but I want it to produce good steel. There we go, like that. So we'll then give that I want it to be at least 4. So we'll have a splitter here that says anything 4 or greater. Filter greater than or equal to 4. Yes. Other way around. That. Good. Bring that out over here and put it in a box. These should all be red chests, really. Like that. Anything else comes back around here and goes back into the recycler like that. And it needs power. Of course it needs power. Right. There we go. There's a 2 down there. So there's been a partial success already. Oh, I can't. This isn't going to work then, because this is going to be forever being kept topped up by this inserter, rather than putting in the other stuff from down here. Okay. No, just do what I mean, not what I say. Right, so do that, and then I want to take only steel to the right, and I can rotate that round like that, and I can have that come up like that. Like that, I think. Yeah, that'll do. So now this inserter should unload anything that's on this piece of belt, and then once it empties, it'll then pick up stuff from here. So that should... Let's try it again, but correctly. There we go. Now it's going to work. Oh, for steel, steel make chests. Yeah, all right. But this is easier. I'd need this entire system again for making chests, but I suppose it's not that difficult. All right, let's do it. Let's do it properly. So let's take all of this. Where I'm from? I'm from the UK. That much is probably very, very obvious. And my accent is from all over the place, basically, because. No, it's mostly a fairly sort of neutral received pronunciation accent, but beyond that, well, there's a bit of northern in there because I grew up in Yorkshire, and goodness knows what else is in there as well, just from wherever I've lived at the time. All right, let's do this properly. So steel chest of teal. Which one do I select? Yes. Then. No. Steel chest, tier 2. Boom. 3 chest. 4 chest. I feel there should be an easier way to program these things, but I don't know what it is. 5 chest. Because I can't copy and paste the recipes. These ones I've deliberately set up to be nice and easy and all the same, but the rest, who knows. Okay, Bradford, nice. Well, I'm not going to say nice. I grew up sort of in Bradford or near Bradford and went to school there, so I would. I'm not sure I would describe Bradford as nice, but it's nice. It's nice to find someone else from there. Oh, parameterized blueprints. Yeah, that's a good point. That's an excellent point. I should do that next time if I remember. I want to say you've made another spelling mistake, because it should be an S, not a Z at the end of that. But then that's me being a Brit. and speaking English rather than American. Okay, well this is pointless at the moment because there's no productivity modules in there. So let's go and see if we've got some more productivity modules. Hopefully they're being churned out. In fact, let's pull this up again. I don't mean productivity, I mean quality modules. You know what I meant. You know what I mean. There we go. And actually some of the oh, never mind. I was going to say I could chuck some of these in those machines, but no, I can't because if they've already been buffed by the production process, then they can't go into that system I'm building because those I can't put into the system there. Right, what's coming? Oh yeah, quality modules. These guys. It's not enough. I've only made 18. Hurry up! Why are you being slow? You've run out of tier 2s. Because you're being slow. Why are you being slow? Just because that's the rate you build them at, I guess. Yeah. You know, I could pull the modules out of here and put them in here. Like that. No, like that. Kind of, yeah. How many is it to the 1? 4. Okay, it's not a great buff, but I could take them out of here as well. There we go. Put them in here as well. Dump. So we got up to 18. Where did my 2... Oh, take them back out. Put them back in. Don't care that much about getting higher quality modules out just yet. It's okay, No Guard. I don't mind if you don't speak English. There's some chests down here I could take away and chuck in the Destructomatron, but I don't want to. 19. So how many do I actually need? It probably is only 20 because it's 4 8. Oh no, it's less than that. Probably got enough then. 4 8 12. Yeah, I've got enough. That's it down there. Bounce, 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 bounce. Right, down here. I've got 10 of them. Okay, it's not that many. Oh well. Oh, we've just automatically done them all. Did I bring anything better with me? No, they've gone in a different machine. Oh, they went in there, in fact. Okay, now rotate that. There we go. Now we can start churning and seeing how things go. And this should be a bit quicker than the other ones I've built because the things we're making are, well, they're they're a much simpler recipe. It takes half a second to make a steel chest, whereas it takes 10 seconds to make an engine and 10 seconds to make an electric engine. So, yeah, we've got an extra... although, actually, this is going to be... No, I'm going to take the prod mods out of this one because that's just slowing it down. And I'm impatient. I'd rather have... These inputs are virtually free. They're just coming from iron that's being dropped from iron and calcite that's being dropped from space. We've got plenty of molten iron, so I would rather this ran a bit faster, and we did a motor every 10 seconds rather than letting it run a bit, rather than it being a bit more productive. That one up there, sure, that can have the those on. These need to be recycled. Ah, yeah. So what I should actually be doing here, because I don't care about the actual chests for this bit, I should just be then running... So we've got 3s, this is 4s and 5s. So what I should actually be doing here is running that into there, and then I don't need any of this because I don't care about making... I don't care about making purple chests. I don't care about making tier 4 or tier 5 chests. I just care about getting tier 4 and tier 5 steel. So these, yeah, shouldn't be being rebuilt into chests. There's no point. Just put them straight in there. Right, meanwhile, in the past. No, meanwhile over here. How are you guys getting on? You're not. What's going wrong? Okay, you're full. You're full. You've not got any quality 2... What? You've got 3 quality 2 modules there. Oh, you've got full on the... Oh, there we go. I didn't do that. That's where I went wrong. And I do need to put some of these in here. All the rest of the machines have got them. You don't need them. You can just pass them. That, yeah, you can have the productivity modules. These guys. This makes sense because this is a. No, you can't because we can't productivity those. Fine. That's whatever. We'll just leave that. That seems to be okay. Speak Merkin. Yeah, sounds fine. Just don't look up Merkin with an E at the beginning of it on the in a dictionary because you'll find out what it means. Okay, so this is now going to tick over merrily, and eventually, in a few million years, we'll probably have a few worthwhile modules there. In a similarly ridiculous amount of time, let's get rid of that down there. Don't need that anymore. Similarly ridiculous amount of time, we'll hopefully have some steel over here. We'll have some decent engines over here. 8 and 4, I think that's what I seeded them with, what I put in before, because I just had them from upgrading over here. There is, oh no, I thought I saw a piece of missing pipe, but no, that seems to all be fine. So this is running, and we've made 157, of which 39 have been recycled at this tier, and 8 have been recycled at this tier, 2 at this tier, and nothing has made it up here so far. So okay, that's awkward. Yeah, Midwestern. Oh dear. It's one of those languages that I could probably understand if I had to. Right, and then over here we've now this is working. Yeah, we've made 7 of them. This has chewed through some 6 of them apparently, and over here we've got a none. But it's probably going to work. We're just waiting for all the bits and pieces to come through. Yeah, in here we need some more circuits. Okay, so those are kind of working. Let's leave that to it for a bit and go and have a look at what the edge is up to at the moment. It's got lots and lots of promethium rocks on it. That's good. It hasn't blown up. That's good. Oh, I unticked this because I'm an idiot. Oh no, we've got actually no, that's all right because we've got lots of quantum processors. We're a bit short of eggs, but those are going to be brought up now. So that means we're going to start being able to do science. So that's good. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Do I still have a shortage of tier 3 speed modules on this ship? Oh yeah, it was just for the water though. So I think the water seems to be absolutely fine now. I've got that caught up. I think after this has done some sciencing, I think it's time to send this out on an exploration mission out to the farthest depths of beyond. You don't have dictionaries. Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah. How would I upgrade this belt around the outside? Could I just drag a green one over it, or will everything go horribly wrong? Yeah, that seems to be working. And I'm kind of doing this for speed, as in the speed things go along follow the belt at, rather than for additional capacity. So I'm doing it for moving things around quickly, rather than for moving things from A to B more quickly. So if it doesn't all get upgraded, it's not actually a problem, which is slightly weird. Oh, funny business is happening up here. So yeah, I don't care if it's not upgrading the splitters, which it isn't, because it just means I want the reason I'm doing this. Oh, okay, that came up from Norvis. That's a shame, actually, but never mind. Yeah, I don't care so much about upgrading the splitters, although, to be honest, I might as well, because I care about the speed things are moving around the belt at, rather than the overall total numbers that we can get moving around the belt. Does that make sense? So, rather than just thinking I want 75 items per second instead of 45 items per second going around, that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because I want it to take 2 seconds for stuff to get from here to here instead of 3 seconds. Is that sort of upgrade, and that seems to have worked quite nicely, to be honest. Right, have we got any eggs yet? We've still got. Oh yeah, we've had at least one thing of eggs come through because we've got rid of some of the promethium. Okay, that seems to be working. If we look down on Norvis, yes, we have. This one's escaped, and is too close to this thing. Okay, let's put one of these back in the. It's so hard to see the range of these turrets. So I'll put this one back in down here. Maybe that's going to be long. Have a short. It's going to be appropriate range, because I don't want that to be happening. I'd like to recapture this this nest. Rockets. Oh, there we go. Here are the eggs. Here come the capture rockets. So put that in there and shoop. There we go. Good. So the recapture system is working quite nicely. There's some joke here about typing letters into the biter nest to try and recapture them, but it is slightly contrived. That does look a lot like the thing that they put in Neo in the Matrix. Blop. There we go. More eggs. So back to the edge. We can now see well, in a moment, the eggs will arrive here. They'll flow down the belt. Here they come. Eggs, eggs, eggs. Those things that Americans can't afford. Pour down here, and then they can be grabbed by the science production machines down here. They can eat more promethium, and we can get through a decent chunk of that. And yeah, grab occasional rocks from off the side of the ship as well. Right, so we'll let this all get eaten up, and then we can send it off on the long journey to go and investigate the far depths of whatever. We're currently not doing any research. That's lovely. Why are we not doing any research at all? What are we short of this time? Red and green. I'm trying to fix this. That's the Coke, isn't it? What are you waiting for? Oh, I've overcooked it. I can't fit. I've overcooked the Coke. There isn't enough room on here for all the demands. Okay, head back to Novice, and I'll drop all these back down to 8,000 because apparently 10,000 is a bit too much for a ship of this size. Maybe I need to build a bigger ship. Maybe, but maybe transporting 8,000 at a time is actually sufficient. So we got up to 10,000 of all of them, I think, except for where's my. Just like this. So yeah, we've got 10,000 red, 10,000 green, 10,000 grey, and only 8,000 orange. So we did pretty well. Maybe I could put that back up to 9,000 of each. No, 8,000 should be fine. And this is now a decently quick ship as well, so we should be able to. It's going to be a lot less painful waiting for it to do all the travelling as well between. So it's got a larger capacity for science packs. And how's the power doing while we're doing that? There was a spike here. What's that spike from? Oh, chemical plants. Interesting. But I think we're still probably within the available power capacity. Yeah, it looks all right. Yes. So now we can unload decent quantities of these and then see how we go. So science comes falling in, ends up over here. We've got quantities of all of these now, so we can pump all that back out again. And then we'll probably get even more of those science packs being dropped in, but just because if we're churning them out, that means we're obviously using them all up. Yep, here comes some more, probably. Yep, there's some more reds and some more greens and some more greys. Carry on pumping those out onto the belts. That's working really nicely. Reds and greens are still at it, but you know it'll keep up eventually. It'll catch up eventually. Yeah, you see, there we go. We're starting to catch up now. The problem that does occur to me with this system is that there's only so much space for unloading things around one of these. I couldn't have twice as much stuff being unloaded because I'd run out of room around the outside of it. I could probably manage more red and more green science by sticking them on the side over here, and those do seem to be the main ones that we're getting through. But it does seem it's a bit of a it kind of sucks that there's no good way of unloading massive quantities of stuff from these things other than using robots, and as we all know, I don't want to use robots. There's a couple of big, rather noticeable oversights in Space Age where you end up having to use bots for things that I don't want to use, that I'd rather not use bots for, like loading rockets with blue circuits, rocket fuel, or low density structures. You can't do that with inserters because it doesn't know where. But the excuse is because then it wouldn't know whether to put whether to load them into the rocket's cargo, or into the rocket's building the rockets thing. But surely you could just say, well, if there's a ship requesting those, put them into it, but it doesn't. So yeah. All right, there we go. Back up to 2,500 science per minute again. That's not bad, but I think it can do better. I assume it's still all those ones that have just come in are still churning their way around. Yeah, you can see labs. There's another lab, and another lab. It's working its way around the sushi belt, getting further and further around. And okay, it's struggling to fill them all back up again, but yeah. Oh, true. Yeah, you could. Yes, you could dump straight out into wagons, which would give you a bit more. That would work if you wanted to have a little bit more space around it for unloading things, I think. But I think you'd run into throughput issues nonetheless. Yeah, bit cursed like this, you mean? My abomination over here, where I'm using a wagon to build, well, almost everything. I'll make a video about that someday. Right, how are you getting on? Okay, that looks like about... Eyeballing that, I'd say that's 3/4 of the way through the Prometheum. So, 1 or 2 more rounds of eggs and we should be ready to go. This time, right, let's put the passenger present tick thing back in over here, because this time I'm going to do another flight test where we try and run the spaceship as far out into the depths of space as it can possibly go, and then I'll probably come back between streams and investigate how far it's got. So I'm going to unload all this science because I don't want to take that with me really, even if the ground is short of it. Cargo is less than... Okay, fine enough. Yeah, multiple landing pads on a single surface, yes. Or just being able to unload from any of these cargo bays as well. That'd be fine. Or maybe loaders, or having this thing adjustable in size. Or yes, multiple landing pads would do as well. I sort of understand why they haven't done that, because it would make certain parts of the logistics a little bit trivial, and especially on spaceships, being able to unload from any of the cargo bays would also make spaceship logistics rather trivial. But then maybe you could have it you're allowed to unload from cargo bays on the ground, but not in space, or something like that. I'm sure they could find a way around it if they tried. They're smart people. Nope, looks like we're running out of agricultural science. So 7 of 9 is at Gleba trying to load. Kirk is at Gleba also trying to load. So it seems like is Gleba problematic? And Gleba is always problematic, but you know what I mean. Okay, so a rocket is launching. We're reloading the box over here, but it does seem to be a little bit slow. Yes, there is a massive shortage. And by shortage, I mean there is no... What's going on here? Is there too much on the... Yeah, there's too much on the belts down here. And that's stopping the production. Oh, that's annoying. Right. And then loads of it's gone off along here and it's clogging. No, wait, what? Why did what? Oh no, that's alright. Yeah, reset comes back up here again. Is this really 2100 bioflux? Apparently so. Right, this is a problem. I think we need to have at least... Oh, okay, it's kicked back in again now. I think we need to have at least some of these always running. Like that. Because the lack of bioflux has been a problem. It's meant we've not been making science, and not making science is bad. And would eventually lead to hatching eggs and other such nonsense and shenaniganry. So yeah, would be extremely bad. I was going to say none of the bioflux is getting through. It's not quite true, but most of the bioflux is getting turned into nutrients here as well, which is also problematic. Okay, the system has accepted now that we have a shortage, so the whole lot has kicked in, except these ones over here, which have run out of fruit. Yeah, they've run out of Yamako mash. I think I've expanded my Gleben system here too much, and it's getting to the point where it's the single belts flowing through are insufficient, which is a weird problem to have. Gleba is just endless weird problems to have, though, to be fair. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm having a lot of trouble with getting the balance right on Gleba. Because most places you go, okay, I don't have enough of whatever this thing is. I'll make more, and I'll just back it up along the belts. Gleba, yeah, you can't. You can't really do that. It doesn't. Not so much. It just doesn't work. You have to have everything flowing all the time, otherwise it goes off. So you then have to try and estimate how much you want to have on the belt. But then down here, it doesn't matter if it's gone a bit ripe. You can still use the bioflux for everything else that's being done down here. But then you sort of need something to use it up. The problem is you just end up with loads and loads of it sitting on the belts, and you're just waiting forever for it to go off or to get used up. So, yeah, I'm not going to say I'm not going to say I dislike Gleba, but I am going to say it's sufficiently different from everything else in Factorio that it's problematic, and it requires you to think in very, very different ways, and that's difficult. And also, it has a bad habit of just breaking, because I know that a lot of that is because I've got my my Factorio instincts where I go, okay, well if I need to do this and this and this, then I do that, and that doesn't work on Gleba because of the way it's different, but that's still kind of frustrating. And we now see there's very little. Oh, here comes some bioflux now. Okay, it's most of the machines have got. Yeah, okay. It is getting through just about. Most of the machines are making science packs, so I guess we'll call that just about good enough. You'll note actually neither. Oh, I was going to assume whichever one of these had just got the rocket up would have left by now, but that one hasn't, and that one hasn't. Wait a minute, where did those science packs just go? Because this one is still, maybe unless it's been and dropped them off at Norvis and come back again. Maybe that's what happened. While I was messing around, it must have flown. The ship must have flown off, dropped the science packs off, and come back again. Yeah, I haven't managed. It's been quite a long time since it's broken to the point where it needs manual restarting. I'm quite happy to say I think that problem is, I don't want to say solved, but doesn't seem to be a problem at the moment. It seems to be okay at shipping through enough fruit and processing the fruit in order to keep the nutrients going and to keep the fruit processing going. That area does seem to be reasonably self-sufficient. Although, so far anyway. But yeah, down here, as you saw, there's been some problems. There's a lot of nutrients coming through here now. Oh, sorry, a lot of bioflux coming through here. So now I've probably gone too far the other way, and I'm going to have too much bioflux, and the bottom half of the factory is going to clog up a bit, and it's going to be awful. So yeah, it's a weird balancing act, because what I'm doing is because the bioflux takes forever to go off, I don't want to just leave it sitting in the boxes over here, or what I was doing before was turning it into nutrients and then putting them in the boxes and waiting for them to go off because that was quicker. So what I've done instead is I've got the bioflux looping back and being put back onto the belt here. So because everything below here is what I've been calling dry ingredients, things that don't go off, things that are non-perishables. That's a better word than dry ingredients, non-perishables. So we can feed the bioflux back in here, and it doesn't matter if it's got very little shelf life left, or even if it goes off. It can just go round again. If it gets used up by these things, great. If it turns into spoilage, it'll get filtered out further down. That's all fine. My concern is what happens if this backs up all the way round. Do I have a priority splitter on here anywhere? And the answer is no. So I should probably have a priority splitter in here that takes the nutrients out this way as much as possible. Oh no, I don't. That's just doing that. That takes the nutrients out this way as much as possible, and then lets them go through here to be cooked down into. It takes the bioflux around this way if possible, and takes it down out this way if not possible. So So that would be another one of these here, doing a upper priority to the right, and then another one here, like that. There we go. So now the bioflux, because there's a lot of bioflux here that's going to go all the way around and then back into the system again. So we can pour that round here. Currently we've got the priority set up on this side, so that's just going to flow straight round here and then make its way back up to be recycled. But if the recycling route fills up, then it can be fed up here and go into these machines, which will turn it into nutrients, which can then be passed around here. They'll go into these boxes and spoil gradually over time. Although I do note at the moment we have a full belt of nutrients and spoilage coming through here, so we might have issues with trying to unload that. If so, I'll come back and sort that out later, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, no, wait. No, it's being fed out on the other side, where we have a solid belt coming around here and therefore don't have room to unload the spoilage out of this machine. So, yeah, that's awful. The Kirk has gone back over to Norvis, has dropped some science off and is coming back to Gleba now, so that's working. There's a rocket heading up to the 7 of 9. I can hear it launching. So that's going to drop off a load of the science packs there on the 7 of 9. 7 of 9 can fly off, unload there. Right. Phew. You could mash on site. That's true. So instead of having this belt coming through, this would be there'd be a belt of Yamako and jelly nuts coming down here, and then we'd mash a load of it for the bioflux production, and then we'd mash some more here for the. These things require, no, these things don't even require fruit. And nor do these, so we'd have the bioflux feeding that. Yeah, maybe that would be better, because it also has a longer shelf life in that state as well. Not that actually matters. And then down here we could. It's just the bioflux that's the awkward bit, though. Yeah, I suppose I could make whatever's needed to keep this system running, but then that's kind of already what I'm doing. Because you need to have. Basically, you need to have a constant flow of bioflux going past these machines, your egg machine. No, not the egg machines. You need fresh nutrients flowing past your egg machines, and flowing past, and then you need a fresh bioflux flowing past your agricultural science machines. Beyond that, you then have any leftover. I suppose, yeah, I could have a load of it being made up here and being passed on, and then more fruit down here doing whatever, being pulped basically on demand for the rest of the system. That could work. Yeah, okay, if I do a Glebus version 6, then maybe I'll try and do that. Having supply of every grade of spoilage, oh for goodness sake, no. I think trying to make quality bioreactors is going to be beyond the limits of sanity. At least beyond the limits of my sanity. What there is of it. Okay, and the bioflux seems to have all evaporated now. There's not huge amounts of it pouring around the belts anymore. So I don't know where that's all gone. Okay, here comes a load again. It does seem to be very bursty, which is a bit weird. But then this, yeah, as I say, comes back up here and is recycled for stuff that doesn't care about how fresh the bioflux is. Right, virtually all of these seem to be running, and the problem is down to egg supply rather than bioflux supply. So I'm happy with this going as it is now. If there aren't quite enough eggs, then c'est la vie. That's not a serious problem. I don't mind that too much. The important thing is though that we are making the we're making the agricultural science. So now we can have science production doing this. It's not amazing, but it's kind of functional. Kirk's on his way over with another load. 7 of 9 is in orbit, waiting for this to fill up to 1,000. Yeah, I would say it is working as well as possible given the quantity of egg production I have running up here. Actually, some of these egg producers aren't producing. Oh, because they don't have any eggs. They must have hatched and we've lost some eggs. That's awkward. Okay, so we would like to have... can I have an egg, please? Egg and... egg. And remove those eggs. Right. And let's have 3 of those back, actually. There we go. So that's the 5 eggs that were just taken away. Put 1 in there. Well, at least 1 in there, and some in there. So we should now be able to egg a bit more than we were before. Try egging it on a little bit. Right. Legendary agricultural science, you masochist. City blocks is an interesting idea. Yeah, and it's kind of counter to my idea of trying to just keep everything flowing all the time. But yeah, I could see it could work. My concern would be the bioreactors running out of nutrients for one of the city blocks. Unless you pumped the nutrients all the way around all of them, which might be a bit weird. Might mean they're not very fresh. Yeah, it's certainly an idea. Maybe would be a way of a thing to do next if I decide I want to upgrade Gleba. Which, to be honest, as you can see by the way this is ramping up and down, if I want my science to run better, then Gleba upgrades are going to be the thing that I need. It looks like it's running at about 50% of the required speed at the moment. No, it's less. That's less than 50% actually. If I don't know. I'm trying to estimate the area under the curves there, but it's definitely running at less than 50% capacity. But it's running fairly well. It's just a stronger explosives 615 is a 256,000 science pack research. You know, I could finish this one off. That's only a mere 57,000. Churn through that one, and then by that time we'll have a little bit of a backlog of the agricultural science packs, and we can get that one finished, assuming they don't all go off, of course. Oh yeah, I didn't take it as you saying, hey, you should go and do a city block. It might make sense, but it definitely is an option rather than a thing I have to do. It is a thing I am fairly familiar with, though. I mean, if we look at Norvis, this is it's not a city block, but it's a township. We've got, for example, we've got towns up here for doing the ore processing into metals. We've got a town down here that's doing circuits, and there would be towns doing all of the science packs, but I've moved them off planet, so I don't need to. Oh, I've just remembered. This is a thing. Yeah, I've run out of uranium. Now, there does seem to be... there's quite a lot of uranium ore here in these stations that I could probably pull back out, like this. And this. Get that being used by the systems. That would be quite a good idea. But yeah, I've run out of uranium ore, which is a little bit awkward. Sure, steal the belts, but don't put the splitters down. See if I care. Because I'm shipping uranium off for various things. Now, at the moment, I do seem to have... I don't even know where it's going. There seems to be enough of it because we're just holding... These trains are just sat here happily. But that is going to be a problem eventually, so we'll do that. Hey, yeah, maybe I should switch over to doing fusion power on Norvis. There's certainly a possibility. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure which of my fruits I'm more short of. I thought it was... I seem to be getting through... yeah, it feels like I'm getting through the Yamako faster than the jelly nut. So I'm intrigued the other way around. And yes, it's half a green belt, half a stacked green belt of each one, which is a sizable quantity, certainly. But it sounds like it's quite a lot less than you're using. Have my Yamakos broken again? Can you call fruit broken? I don't know. No, those seems to all be... They all seem to be running. And if they're actively running, then I think that means they're working. Maybe you just happen to... maybe it's just... Yeah, this one here, they're all fresh. They're all brand new plants now. So this one probably produces a massive burst of your Mako every so often. And so probably so does this one, because they're all pretty much fully grown there. So yeah, my Yamako production is probably not very even. We're just sort of... Oop, train's gone. We're just... Yeah, so we're just churning it through as fast as we can. 16 reactor fusion blueprint. Yeah, maybe. Let's actually, those numbers are interesting. So over here, we're producing potentially up to 400 megawatts. On Norvis, I'm currently producing 2.3 gigawatts. So actually, a significantly larger blueprint, a 2x(n), might be required to produce the 2.3 gigawatts. Because if I'm going to get 400 out of one, and 8, then if I go up to 4, then it'll be double and double again. So it'll be 800, 1600. So yeah, I'd probably need a 2x3 or a 2x4. So yes, okay, your 16 reactor fusion reactor is excessive, yes, but only slightly. Why are you still here? Why is it think there are no rockets? Where does it get its feed for how many rockets there are from? Are you reading? Yes, you are. If I feed that to there, will the ship leave immediately? No. So here we've got, this is reading belt content, all belts, so that's going to be a massive number of rockets. So if we link that with the red belt to... Oh, that doesn't go to here. Link it to here? Or to here? There we go. Now we're on. Yes, now we're on our way. Okay, there we go. And we'll just throw the eggs overboard. It's a bit of a waste of eggs, but never mind. 8 legendary reactors for 8.2 gigawatts. Jeez. And using half a gigawatt. Yeah, that sounds like a little bit overkill. A 2x2 diamond. Yeah, that's fair. For my fusion reactors, I've done basically the same thing. Here they are down here. Yeah, I've got the I've done 2x2s with all of the stuff coming off, and yeah, and then just got 4 of those because it's easier, a lot easier to do the piping than to do. It's a lot easier to get all the heat exchangers and turbines around them than if you do a 2x(n). I've done 2x(n) in the past, and actually these days with the improved fluid pipe system thing, it would be a lot easier. I guess you'd have, instead of having the turbines off to the side like this, you just put your turbines in a row coming off here, and then the whole thing would be narrower than a reactor, and it would fit quite nicely. You'd have to do some shenanigans with getting the fuel cells in, but not too much actually. You just have just a double gap at the top there. So yeah, with the new fluid systems, actually doing a 2x(n) would be much easier than it used to be. So maybe I should, but I haven't. I think there's a lot of things where I have all these habits from playing 1.1, and I haven't fully internalized the fact that you can do things a bit differently, especially for things like fluids, where you don't need to worry about it too much most of the time. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. I had that problem with doing this with doing a 2x(n) before. I think I ended up having to have. It was next to a lake, and it went on sort of off with two N reactors in this direction, and I had more and more pumps, sort of pumping water in, and then sort of going in across the turbines, further and further up, and then bringing it down towards the reactors, or down towards the heat exchangers, and it was a mess. But with these sort of fluid systems, it'd be fairly easy, because yeah, you could have your turbine there, and so you wouldn't have any problems with the. You could then run the pipes up the middle of the turbines from miles away down to the south. You'd kind of want to put it in between two lakes, perhaps. Otherwise, you'd end up with pipes going all the way around the top side of the thing. But then if pipes have infinite throughput, you just have many, many offshore pumps all feeding into pipes. Actually, no, so it's even easier than that. You have many, many offshore pumps feeding into a pipe, one of which goes into the edge about here, and then feeds into the first heat exchanger, and into the second one, and the third one, so on. Am I not? Oh yeah. Yeah, I think with the 2.0 fluid system, making a 2x-N reactor setup would actually suddenly be quite easy, and would be a lot less challenge than it would have been in 1.1. Yes. Right. So over here, it is still presumably the. Oh, we've stopped again. Oh, we had an interesting different shape there, and then we stopped again. Presumably, it's the agricultural. Oh, the purple. Oh, purple. Huh. That's the one that's still being made on this planet. Well, let's make this entire belt blue for a starter. And let's replace all of these with stack inserters. That won't help, but it'll give me better future proofing. So looking along here, this looks like bacon time to me. So let's put in some stack inserters because I'm hoping that I'm going to make this a problem. You know what? I'm going to do this with an upgrade planner. So you are going to turn blue inserters into white inserters, like so. Take that and go across here and up here. And also, you know what? I'm going to stack my rails, assuming I can. I can't. I'm out putting them with red inserters. Oh, that's bad. What speed of belt are you? This is an express already, right? Okay, I think some shenanigans here is going to be required in order to get some stack inserters loading these things. So I'll think about that in a moment. But first, so we'll let that happen. We'll let that upgrade propagate for now. So that's going to help an enormous amount. We can see that suddenly we've. Oh, what the hell? Come on, game! Don't mess me around like this. What is going on here? I don't know what happened there. I dragged a belt through, and it had fails everywhere. So okay, that's an improvement. Now I just need to get more rail. I need to get more rails through and speed beacons in. So let's do the beacon first because that's relatively easy. I'll do them with intent to make upgrading reasonable later, should we say? So that if I put one there and there, I can still put one there and there if I decide that this isn't enough. But for now, we'll just put in this many beacons. Output the rails on the other side. Same size as the iron sticks. Oh, I see. Yeah, then I could run with lots of underground belts along there. That could work quite well. I think there might be an easier way, or at least actually, I'm not sure it's an easier way. That might just be a really good way to do it. There is a roboport in the way I do not like. Let's get rid of the roboport. Right, there we go. If it turns out at some point in the future that this is still too slow, I can put in a lot more beacons. But in the meantime, yeah, suddenly that's used up all of the rails. So they must have been limited by the rate it could unload at, which is interesting. So my thought along here was if I've got I need somewhere to doodle. Right, if I've got two machines like that unloading that are making the rails. So these are my rail machines like that. They can load there, and they can unload there and there, and then this belt can come through like this, and this belt can come through like this. Lovely. Where am I? Here I am. So I'll start at the very bottom, a very good place to start. Yeah. That, and that, and that, and that, and that, no, that, and that, except that, stays like that. Alright, quick bot frenzy to get all that sorted out. Let's put in there seems to be a power problem here. That's not a thingy. Seems to be a power problem here, so let's put one of those in. And yeah, that should hopefully do quite nicely. There were obviously pylons in this build somewhere. Let's get rid of that for a second. Let's just do substations, because why wouldn't you? Oh yeah, there's pylons on the inside of this bit. I don't know where they were before. I kind of don't care. Substations are better. Right, and this is the point here where I was switching the sides of the belt they were on. By the looks of it. Let's get rid of these red inserters. Because I don't want to be unloading with the red inserters anymore. That's silly. Unfortunately, the replacing of all this stuff hasn't really shown me quite hasn't taken everything away that I wanted to. What? Why is there a blue inserter in there? What is it going on here? Just tidy this area. I'll tidy all of this up a bit. I hope you don't need a blue inserter and a green inserter to load all the stone in fast enough to make the rails. Okay, that seems to be... Yeah, that seems to be working. So about halfway up was presumably about here, because this is where I was doing shenaniganery before. This isn't correct shenaniganery, though. I want to be putting it onto the... Oh no, there we go, that's the correct shenaniganery. Yes, I was doing that basically like that. That's a very wiggly belt now, but never mind. Why have you stopped? Oh, there's no power on this side. I promise overall this will be an improvement in the amount of science we're sciencing, but it just takes a little bit of faffing to get it all fixed and sorted out. There we go. So now we've got... Well, actually, I don't know if this is actually an improvement on the amount of science that's being churned through. But we've got nice stacks of rail coming through, so we'll check that out in a minute. Maybe I need more machines here. Maybe I need... I won't be able to put productivity modules into these. What's getting destroyed? Oh. Why were you getting... Oh, biters. Biters spawned down here. That's what was causing the damage. We didn't clear... It didn't clear the eggs out properly. That's weird. Okay, well apparently the eggs weren't cleared out properly before we set off, so that's upsetting. Anyway, we have plenty. At the moment, currently have plenty of explosives, which isn't a surprise. We are still inside the solar system. Right, back to Novus. What are we doing? What are we doing over here? Okay, so buckets of rail pouring in over here. These should all be upgraded. Probably be upgraded to tier 3 productivity modules. Let's see if we can do that. See how long that takes to happen. That'll help quite a bit, actually. In conjunction with the in conjunction with the speed modules, speed beacons here, that should mean we'll get more science being made for less resources. It'll slow them down. The extra productivity modules slow it down, but these will speed them up. The rails are still... Well, we're still trying to fill them up with rails. We'll see whether we've actually got enough at some point in the future, I guess. Why did you pick that one? Crazy bot. Oh, well. Oh, yes, you're right. They probably... Yeah, they're probably eggs hatching inside the Prometheum science machines. Yeah. Well, yeah, good thinking. That'll be where they came from. Right, I could speed these up, but then we wouldn't have enough iron coming in. We don't really have enough iron coming in as it is. Let's improve that. In fact, there must be a... I'm sure I've made a... Yes, that one. This also isn't iron, this is steel, but yeah. Whatever. I'm getting close to saying, why don't I just slap a blueprint over the entire base to upgrade every single belt in the entire factory to a blue belt? Oops. It would be better if everything was blue. Maybe I should. Does that seem like overkill? Or does it seem like giving the factory a good workout? Let's do it. So these one, this is my making stuff into a blue belt blueprint. So we also want to upgrade red belts. Red to blue. Red underground to blue underground. And red splatter to blue splatter. So now I can drag that over basically everything from here to here. How much is that going to be? 8,500, 10,000, about 11,000. Jeez. All right. Well, sooner it gets started, sooner we'll finish. This is all blue already, except where it's green. I missed a load of this stuff down here. That's probably okay. I don't care about that. All of this is already upgraded, I think. Oh, no, it's not. Let's add that in as well. What are you? Oh, you're artillery shells. You don't need an upgrade. Did I get these stations as well? Yes, I did, but I've already upgraded these belts, I think. Yes, it's all already blue up here. Right, well, that's going to take the bots a little while. Need another 1,600 belts before they can actually finish it off, but, you know, that's fine. It'll keep them busy. And it'll help stress test my iron production systems a little bit. Yeah. Okay, the edge has now passed beyond the solar system. We're heading out into Terra Incognita. It's not really Terra, actually. It's just Incognita. Promethean rocks have started to appear. That's good. That's what we like to see. We are nearly 10 megameters out into deep space. So the question here is going to be, how long is this ship actually going to last for as it plows its way out into the depths of the unknown? At the moment down here, these are the important numbers. We can see that we currently have 6.6 thousand explosive rockets, 6.5 thousand. We are getting through them. Explosive rockets on the ammo belt that runs around the outside of the ship. If that dips below 3,000, or if we go below these numbers on the other ones, then we're going to cut off all but 2 of the engines, slowing the ship down dramatically, and therefore reducing the amount of ammunition that we churn through. Because at the moment, we are probably using the ammunition up faster than we're making it. So we shall see how this goes. Exactly past paper, yes, ad astra. That was a different school I went to's motto. Ad astra per aspera, I think, which is something along the lines of aim high and you'll still miss, but at least you won't shoot yourself in the foot. More recently, my motto seems to be Vini Vomini Vomui. Vini Vermini Vomui, yes, that's the one. Which translates roughly as I came, I got ratted, I threw up. And it sounds classy if you say it in Latin. So these are wasting a lot of rockets. So that one is damaged, but that one was damaged, but they're still firing 3 missiles at them. No wonder I'm getting through so many. If they were a bit less wasteful, then my rocket supplies would go a lot further. So yeah, it's odd. So I understand that they don't really the turrets don't entirely understand splash damage from other turrets, which is sort of one thing. Which is sort of that's sort of okay. But seeing a rock that is down to 10% health and still firing 3 rockets at it anyway seems a little bit unnecessary. And yeah. Okay, it sounds like you went to the same school in Yorkshire that I did, past paper. That would explain why you had so many past papers, I suppose. Alright, so yeah, the number of rockets on here is dropping off. It's holding on, actually. Sapere aude. Listen well? I don't know. That's well beyond my Latin. Is it because I went to school in Bradford and sound vaguely posh, and there's only one posh school in Bradford? Probably is, actually. Alright, this seems to be going actually going quite well. The rocket production is keeping up, which is, I feel, impressive and surprising. I was expecting it to sort of the number on the belt here to be visibly decreasing. Now we are only 42 megameters in. There's a long way to go yet. That's what 1% of the total travel. But you know, it's so far it seems to be working. How's the fuel holding up? The fuel's not doing too badly. Oh yes, because of course I put in an extra beacon here to speed up fuel production. So we've got that's holding up okay as well. And Promethium gathering is happening too. Got up to 370 of it, so that's not too bad. If it turns out you were one of my teachers, that's going to be rather alarming. I left that school in, what, 1998, I think? That's when I moved south. So it was quite a long time ago. Would be funny, though. All right. Okay. Well, this ship is working. I'm not going to for the time being. I'm not going to carry on watching it because that way lies boredom. So back over to here. Over this. Why is everything covered in blue symbols? Oh yes, of course. I did a massive belt upgrade, didn't I? That's yes. That was indeed a thing. Okay. So was that after A levels or GCSEs? It sounds like you're about the same age as me then. We're a bit short of yellow science. That's supposed to be coming over from Fulgora on the the Yakko, which is hovering up here with nothing aboard. Why are you here? Because you're not got any of those. Right, okay. Switching over from one spaceship to another requires you to actually turn the new spaceship on. Activate it a little bit. Yeah, that would help. Right. Okay, so that make you 1 year older than me then. So you'd been a year. So yes, we would have been there at the same time. That's quite funny. But the odds of us actually knowing each other are probably relatively small. So that means I'm now going to have loads of agricultural science. Oh, I have loads of agricultural science available anyway because we did a different research for a little while. But yeah, that's all now going to be festering nicely in the labs. But if we can get the other one back in 22 minutes, we'll at least get some use out of them. So Fulgora should have massive quantities. Yeah, we've got loads of pink science available over here. Almost 10,000 of it, in fact. And loads of yellow science available down here. Yes, we've filled these chests up to the level we're filling them up to. Oh, yeah, and the ship has arrived, so we're launching them now. Excellent. What was the other one? Yeah, the other one I demolished, so it was one of those two. Probably that one. Now, how many is Yakko pulling up of each one? Only 3,000. That's going to go. I'm going to put that up to 5,000 of each because that is a bigger number, and I'd like to have a larger amount of science on there. Oh, dare to be wise. Okay, I would never have got that one. Most of my bad Latin, it has come from Discworld books. Like Death's motto was "Non timetis messor," which translates roughly as "Don't fear the Reaper," because Pratchett was a fan of. Oh, was that Def Leppard? I can't remember. Yes, but yeah, they were all. There was a lot of loosely Latin-based puns in the Discworld books, especially in Feet of Clay, because that one was all about coats of arms and things as a major plot point. Okay, we're trying to build... Oh, okay, we've launched 2 rockets already, and we're just trying to build the next ones. This is another place where having beacons would be kind of useful, because it does take rather a long time to build a build up a rocket. Not that one. Yeah, that one. That'll do. Get rid of that one. I don't think that's going to... no, there aren't any tier 3 speed modules on this planet, so that's not going to work at all. But oh well. Ooh, how's power holding up since I did all this shenaniganery? Very well, I would say. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I think we're not stressing the factory too much at the moment, so that's okay. Right, now I'm back thinking about this planet again. How's this getting on? We have made oh no, down here we've made a couple of 2s and a couple of 3s. So let's grab those. More than a couple actually. So let's put the 3s into there, because that's the thing that's going to be doing the most churn. And then those can go in there, and those in there. And I've run out. Well, that didn't go very far, did it? But at least that's going to help now. That's going to give me a boost from the previous 12.5% quality to 16% quality there, and up to 14.4% quality there. So not amazing, but it's better. Oh yes, the reflected sound of underground spirits, wasn't it? Oh no, that was economics, and in sewer ants had something as well. Yeah. Coal liquefaction is locked behind Vulcanus. Okay, I suppose that makes sense, because you potentially don't really need it until... Oh, no, you might need that a bit of coal liquefaction. Do you mean coal... yeah, this one. Is it coal synthesis, presumably, rather than... Oh no, coal liquefaction is turning coal into oil. Yeah, never mind. Yes. So yeah, you'll have to do your first few rocket launches with oil. Have fun with that. Okay, so we've made a few modules over here, which has allowed me to do a little bit of upgrading, which is nice. Over here, we've made nothing. And we've made one more tier 4 electric engine. Lovely. And we've made 4 pieces of tier 4 steel and 2 pieces of tier 5 steel. This is indeed a very slow process. I probably need a bajillion of these in order to make anything remotely quickly. I could put in a copy of the... have to bring over more green circuits. That's probably going to be the limiting factor of this system. All right, let's run my green circuit belt here all the way over to there, because why not? Let's have some suffering. Oh, you're doing 100 times science run. You are a. I declare you to be a masochist. I couldn't even. And I think it's not. I mean, it's not that I couldn't. I just don't think it'd be any fun, because the fun parts, for me at least, the fun parts of Factorio are going out and playing around with new things, experimenting with stuff, building up new builds, and working out new recipes and that sort of thing. I think if I was just doing the same thing over and over again, trying to make it go faster and faster and faster, I would get very fed up with it very quickly. Or at least, not fed up, I just get bored of it. I'd want to do something different. Which is why, rather than doing sort of ludicrous mega bases, I've tended to do things like space exploration or angel bobs or whatever. Things that make you go off and do things differently, build up lots and lots of new things, rather than just trying to make the same things faster and faster and faster. I mean, it's Factorio. You play it your way. I'm definitely not meaning to criticise. I'm just saying that I wouldn't want to, basically. Yeah, I beat the game quite a long time ago. Got to the edge of the solar system, and yeah, I've just been trying to beef up my. Oh, well, that's knackered. Yeah, that's duff already. What, is it still sort of yellow? Surely not. What's your problem now? Yeah, it's still yellow. Oh, that ship will still be floating up there, waiting for the full lot to come up to it and be ready. We've made 4,000. Yeah, okay, that's enough. Let's head off now. I think we'll send that away to go and unload it. But there we go. Right. What was I saying? Yeah, so yes, I finished the game technically some weeks ago. I can't remember exactly how many, but some weeks ago. And now it's just there's this sort of unofficial extra goal of getting to the Shattered Planet, and I've got that far so far. In fact, let's go and have a look at the ship. How are you doing? Right. Okay. So we've used up all of the rockets that were buffered on this belt here. All the machines are. We're using up the explosives faster than they're being produced, so yeah. It's actually there's a carbon shortage now. That's interesting. There's also quite a lot of it coming through though, so is maybe okay. Okay, no, we're limited by the number of these carbonic chunks that are coming in. Let's increase the request for carbonic chunks a bit up here. Specifically carbonic, because the others seem to be absolutely fine. So a few more of those being brought in. We're full down here. What's that got up to? That's got up to 5,000. And up here we've got a minus 5,000. No, we've got a 5,000, so we are... Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're just filling up with huge quantities of carbonics now. Trying to top the belt up, so that's going to work really nicely. So hopefully, once those progress all the way around to here, we'll have a lot more carbonic being brought through and being made available. Yeah, you can see there's decent amounts of it coming through now. So hopefully that'll allow these to run a bit more solidly. Now, actually, I don't think we actually ran out. Because there's been some all the way... Actually, yeah, I'm not sure about that. But anyway, all these machines are now running, so that's good. Oh, these are only on tier 2 speed modules. I could probably increase that. No, I couldn't. I didn't pick up any more because I didn't think... I forgot. But okay, there we go. Now we've got a solid belt along here. So we've got plenty of carbonic chunks. There's no shortages of those. They can run through down here. That is all good. Well... it's running... We're just using it all up as fast as it's coming in, basically. Okay. I'm surprised that the carbon is the limiting factor, because previously the sulfur was the one that had a shortage of by an enormous factor. So that's surprising. We're also occasionally chucking a piece of carbon overboard, which is not ideal. That's not how it's supposed to go. Maybe I've re-merged these belts a little bit too soon, because when we get some coming down on both sides here, it struggles a bit to chuck it all in, and there's not much buffer space on this piece of belt here. But it's doing pretty well. I was going to say most of the machines are actually working. They're it is struggling, and that's passing the struggle down onto these machines. Oh, you broken Kleber. Yeah, it does. That happens. Okay, fair enough. If you're enjoying building these things to 100 times normal scale, then fine. I'm not going to criticise the way you play Factorio. It's an entirely valid way to play it. It's your game. Do if you're enjoying it, then you're playing it the right way, basically. So I guess I'm just saying it's not to my tastes. Yeah, I've played space exploration through twice. Once with 0.5, once with 0.6. Although the 0.6 I did with friends, which helped a bit, I think. Because we could share the effort between us. So yeah, that went quite well. It took us 2 years, about 200 hours of play, and I made 200 catch-up videos for it. So check those out if you're curious. That'll keep you busy for a while watching the channel. Yeah, I haven't played Nullius yet. I'm thinking my next one is probably going to be Ultra Cube, because that sounds interesting and different, and I like things that are interesting and different. Yeah, I got yellow science again now. Nice. So has that mean? Yes, the Yakko has gone back over to Fulgora again already, and is attempting to reload with all the science packs. So that's going quite nicely. That's Norvis. That's not where I wanted to look. I wanted to look at Fulgora, where we have Yeah, yellow science is available in quantity. We've got a rocket here ready to take some up. Yeah, why are you not launching? The Echo is up there and requesting yellow science. Oh, you're not an auto... No, I can't have an automatic. No. Oh, bother. Ah, that was not what I wanted to happen. Fine, we'll launch them with this rocket instead then. Yeah, but why wasn't this rocket launching? It's got all the cargo in it, and there's a space station asking for it. Did have all the cargo in. Doesn't anymore. It accidentally got moved to here. Are you launching? Why are you not launching? Warp drive machine. Is warp drive machine part of Nullius then? I've sort of lost track a little bit. Yeah, making the higher tier red engines is a little bit awkward. I'm just gonna leave that running on it. Making an asteroid recycling ship, would that help? Upcycling ship, would that help particularly? I mean, it's being, everything over here is being built from, well, nearly everything. The green circuits aren't, but the iron and the iron that's coming in here. Actually, the copper that is for this is coming in from space. This is already running from a spaceship. Essentially, it's from space. Essentially, I've just got the thing down. I've just got the construction buildings down on the ground because land is cheaper on the ground. You want to watch Mike tackle Gleba? That would be fun. Yes. Well, I'm just using the same ship for the Shattered Planet and for Prometheum Rock Sinkspan because, well, I've made one really good ship, and so I just use it for. I'm using it for both because I can, basically. Yeah, I finished 0.5 on my own. 0.6, I think having other people I was playing with helped because it gave me a bit of extra sort of commitment incentive. Oh, we've run out of power. That's weird. Blip. Okay, we're a bit power hungry on this planet at the moment. I clearly need to put down some more accumulators. Look at that in a minute. Yeah, so because there was four of us playing and we were meeting every week to play for a session. It was a sort of a incentive is the wrong word, a commitment to turn up every time to play. So we all did, and also because I was streaming, that was another commitment. It was a commitment to you guys to play through the game. And I noticed that when I was playing Angel Bobs, when I was playing alone and just making the catch-up videos, I've told this story a few times before, so apologies to everyone who's already heard it. But I'd get to a point where there'd be some ridiculous new recipe, and I go, oh, I can't be bothered with this now. That's ludicrous, and I wouldn't bother to. And then I close the game and go off and do something else for a bit, and then I come back the next day and carry on. So I didn't actually complete Rage Quit, but I stopped from time to time just to let my sanity reassert itself. But when I'm streaming, I've kind of said I'm going to be playing for the next 4 or 5 hours, so I did, even if I discovered something new and difficult. So that made it in a way quite a lot more interesting, or made me quite a lot more dedicated to my. Could we pick those accumulators up, please? Oh, control got stuck down. That was not what I meant to happen, but never mind. We'll take them all anyway. Right, yeah. So I was sort of saying I'm going to play for the next 4 or 5 hours, and so I would. So if I unlocked something and completed a new science pack or a new data card, a new circuit, then I'd still carry on anyway because I'd said that I would, and so that I think that made me a bit more dedicated to the game. And meant I didn't sort of just get to a point and go, nope, I've had enough for now. I'm gonna take a break and then play a bit more another time. That was not quite enough. Let's try it again with enough accumulators. That many? Looks pretty good. Yeah. Oh, I didn't bring the lightning conductors with me. These might still be under the other ones. We'll find out. Are you covered? Yes. Okay. These are all safe. Excellent. No, they're not. Wait, what? Oh, it's because it's showing where would be covered by lightning conductors if I had the lightning conductors. Let's see if I can find some more. I don't know why I'm doing this manually rather than telling the box to bring them to me, but I'm here now, so, and I'm all the way through. Oh yeah, there's 23 in there. Let's have those. Oh, are the recycling rules different in space? That's interesting. I did not know that. So is that just running a normal recycler in space gives you no, not upgrade planner, deconstruction planner. Give me that. Oh, is it because I'm not in map view? Or have I accidentally deleted my... Why do I not have this deconstruction planner that I made before that has ghosts on it? Let's delete it and start again. Make a new one. Yeah, I seem to lose these things from time to time, which is very annoying. Entities, from here, I want that one, and I want that one. No, no. I want that one. So, take this, across that, and that. La 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 la. Oh, that worked. Okay, excellent. What was I saying? I've lost track of where I was. Oh, you were trying to avoid the spoiler. That's a shame. Well, thank you for trying to avoid it, and even if it got spoiled by someone else, I appreciate the effort. Hang on. So yeah, reprocessing asteroids. Sure, you get high return on investment. Sure, but you don't. Most of the time, you're not reprocessing. Oh right, yeah. No, I see. I understand. Yeah. Is that all? No, I've got 4 of these. Right, there we go. That's quite a lot more power. Hopefully that'll be enough. Alright, we've got 10 pieces of shiny metal now. And over here we've made 1 and none still. Okay. Well, I expect this to be running at about 20 times the speed of this one because, well, at least as long as the steel supply keeps up, because this is a half-second recipe. Then up here, have we made anything exciting? We've made a few more of the mildly exciting ones. So let's stick those in there because I've been saying that's the most important thing to be upgrading well, and then put those in there. And I've got some, and I've got a handful of tier 3. Tier 3. No, now I've got a handful of quality module 3s of base tier, which I don't know. I'm not going to do anything with. Yeah, no, I understand the concept you're getting at, past paper. Yeah, that is apparently what Inks was trying not to spoil for me. But well, never mind. I guess I'm probably going to mostly do stuff on the ground anyway because I'm sort of in that habit. Warp drive machine is basically is sort of similar to Warptorio. Okay. Yeah, we will see how far I get with Ultra Cube. It sounds like a lot of fun, but it also might destroy my sanity. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not guaranteeing I'll play all the way through that, but I'll certainly give it a go. Yes, Warptorio was great fun. We did that as a supporter stream a little while ago. So it was a multiplayer thing we did over a couple of months, where anyone who was a channel supporter was allowed to come along and join in and be part of the game. So yeah, that was really good. What is going on here? Why are you not picking these things up? You're at Fulgora. Request utility science packs from Fulgora. 5,000 of them. Oh, because it's full. Duh. Right. Yes. Okay. Idiot. Right. Now we can get those rockets up with the extra however many thousand I haven't got. The other 2,000. There we go. There they go. Right. Okay. I feel a bit dumb for not realising what was going on there, but at least it's sorted now. Yeah, Mike did a little bit of playing. So we actually played Space Exploration 0.6 with Factorio 2. So just to make it that bit more complicated, because there was 4 of us and most of us were fairly experienced at Factorio by that point. Mike decided that he'd do a Space Exploration 0.6 run on his own at the same time, because he played a lot less Factorio than us, so he wanted to get a bit of an idea of just explore the game a bit and learn a bit about how to play it. And he found he burnt out fairly quickly on that as well, because there was just a lot of repetition. Perhaps isn't the right word. He was doing a lot of Factorio in a lot of similar ways. It was all a bit too much. So I can kind of understand giving up on you, or not really getting a bit bored of it on your own. There's quite a lot of things that seem a little bit the same. All right. I'm not gonna watch these quality machines. That way definitely lies madness. I'm going to have a quick look at the spaceship here. I'm going to try not to watch this for too long, because it is kind of hypnotic watching all the rocks being destroyed. Okay, so we see now that, oh no, actually no, the rockets are keeping up quite nicely. There are some big old gaps on the belt here. And there's a really big gap on the belt. So we're developing some gaps now. We're down to, let's have a look. We're down to just under 3,000 now. So the brakes, well, I would say the brakes have been put on. We've stopped fueling the ship quite so hard. Now we're down to only 2 engines instead of 4, 6, 7, instead of 7. So we're getting a little bit slower now. That speed's dropping down from the 150 or so to, well, I don't know what it's going to drop down to. Probably about 50, I think. I feel like 50 is a number I've seen on this before, but actually the speed it's dropping at, I think it's going to stop fairly soon. Anyway, so yes, that means we're slowed down a bit now. So that means the rocks aren't coming in quite as quickly, which in theory at least means there's more time for the ship to carry on making these explosives, and therefore make the rockets a bit quicker compared to the speed the ship's going at. So the number should start to go back up again. It's still going down, but it should hopefully start to go back up again. Might have gone up a little bit then. It looks like it's going up now, actually, quite quickly as well, which makes me think something funny is going on the counting system, and it's just got it in a funny place. But we'll keep a bit of an eye on it. Legendary nuclear fuel. Yeah, that does sound entertaining. I haven't really... I was going to say, I think my trains on Norvis are still using coal, just because coal has been fast enough. On Gleba, they're using rocket fuel. because I had rocket fuel available sooner than I had anything else, really. Probably before I had coal. So... yeah, they're burning rocket fuel, so they're quite quick. Although 2 of them are towing artillery wagons, so that slows them down a little bit. But in general, I've just gone. I don't really care about how fast the trains are going. I don't have enough throughput on the railway systems to need faster trains. So, meh, basically. Okay, so at this speed, the 68 kilometers a second, the rocket production seems to be keeping up quite nicely. This is hovering around the 2.7 thousand mark quite happily. And is wrecking absolutely everything in front of it very nicely. One thing I did do at one point was I had one of my railgun turrets in the middle set to also target large rocks, because I was making the railgun ammo more than fast enough. And I think it helped take a little bit of the pressure off the rocket launchers, because it would crack all of the rocks in this sort of area up here. But also the hope is that the stronger explosives research, which is going to finish in 35 minutes, geez, that's quite a long time, will take enough of the load off the rocket launchers as well. Because I think that should take it from being 3 rockets to destroy a large rock down to 2 rockets, and that's going to take a third off the number I use. So I think that is going to be a big deal, especially with how wasteful they are. With all the shooting going on here, he's sending out a lot more rockets. Oh, actually, no, that one was a large that was down to mumble health, and it only sent out 1. It must be if the other rockets are already in flight and it's already thought a little bit about sending them, it overdoes it a bit. But yeah, dropping it down to only 2 rockets required per large rock, I think is going to be an enormous bonus. So looking forward to this one being completed in 31 minutes and some mumble seconds, assuming we don't run out of all of the other science packs. Let's have a look back on Novice. Well, how's the upgrade going? Still 1,800 belt pieces to go, and many other things besides. Okay. And look at that, we've nearly run out of agricultural science, so that's probably going to be the first limiting factor on this research, I suspect. However, 7 of 9 is just left, possibly after dropping its last of its load off. Kirk is over at Gleba, and is waiting for a rocket to come up. Fine. Gleba. It's 84% full. Okay, it'll launch soon. The system is kind of okay. Yeah, we could do with a little bit more egg production. Why are you not egging? Oh, not enough nutrients coming through. And I've got a virtually full half belt. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Of the nutrients coming around here. Now, perhaps it's because I've got a full half belt coming around here, but then I'm tapping some of them off to go around this way. Maybe that's the problem. What if... Here's a thought. Do that. Don't be blues. Don't be blues. Be greens. From there to there. And then that there. Going into that there, and which one of these is doing the reading? That one. Okay. So then another piece of belt there, and link that to there, and that to there. Copy that to there. What are you doing? Nothing. Then remove that from there, remove that from... Oh, and then just whack that straight through there, in fact. Are you programmed properly? Yes, you are. Okay, so now I can get rid of this bit here, that's doing nothing. Get rid of this bit here, that's doing nothing. Get rid of that there. There we go. Okay, so that now is allowing, in theory... a full half belt to come around here, and we're not tapping some of it off to go up to the frutimatrons up here. Instead, they're being fed directly by this machine alone, which is chucking them through as fast as it can. Fine, and we'll load this up until that belt is at 200 or so. Is it 200? Yeah, 200, and then it'll turn off. Unfortunately, we've ended up with some on the left-hand side of the belt here, which means they're probably going to get they're just going to go off and fester on the belt, but. Never mind. I don't think that's a problem. It's just as a minor unfortunateness. Maybe we'll pull a little bit through from here. But yeah, most of it isn't going to get used. But this can, in theory now, hopefully mean that we can get, that absolutely full half, well, virtually full. There's a gap there for some reason. But basically a full half belt coming around here. It's just a little bit more that will hopefully help the eggers over here. And then down here I've got another machine that's making a little bit more from the bioflux that's making it through. So that's going quite nicely now. Explodey. Still lingering around 3,000. Yeah, still just under 3,000 rockets. So that's sticking in the 2-point-something thousand. If it goes lower than that, if it goes below 2,000, I'm going to start getting a little bit concerned about the how the slowdown has gone, and I might have to remove this engine. But as is, I'm happy with the numbers at the moment. And yeah, we're still doing that nice speed of 68. We're only 250 megameters into the voyage so far, though, which is more than a quarter of the distance I got last time, but only a 16th of the entire distance that I need the ship to go. So, you know, it's got some way to go. All right, back over to Fulgora. This is, in a way, this works quite nicely now because I've got a number of things that are ticking over gradually, so I can nip over to check them and see how they're getting on. Like here, we've got up to 12 things there. We've made two electric engines of tier 4 now, so that's now up to 10 of them. Oh, so that means I could make something. There was something that required 10. Was it a crusher? Yes, a crusher is 10 of them. and a grabber is 8 of them. But that also requires blue circuits, which I'm not trying to make at the moment. The steel, and 10 steel. Have I got 10 steel? Yes, I've got 10 steel. So I could make a tier 4 crusher, because I've probably got... How are we doing with the low density structures? Yeah, there we go. I've got 211 tier 4 low density structures now, and I've run out of tier 4 plastic, so that's why it stopped. I guess that's the next thing to be doing, is thinking about making tier 4 plastic, which means high quality coal. Or quality carbon. I could run I could put quality modules in one of these, which would mean we'd have a chance of getting some slightly better coal out. I know, but that would require quality carbon and quality sulfur. So actually probably easier just to take the coal and run it through endless recyclers. Or just take the plastic and run it through endless recyclers. Is there any functional difference between those two? So we have plastic bar requires a coal and some petroleum gas. I'd use less petroleum gas if I recycled the coal. But petroleum gas is cheap because it comes out of the fluids in the oceans here. So meh. This is where Paper's suggestion would have been sensible, I guess. Make the high quality carbon. And go from there, and sulfur, and go from high quality carbonic asteroids, and go from there. But other than that, yeah, it might as well just be taking the plastic and recycling it. So I could swap that one out for productivity, for quality modules, feed it into a recycler, and then just go round and round in circles. Is there anything to make plastic? I can just make plastic. I don't think there's anything that's just plastic. Used in advanced circuits, low density structure. I could make low density structures out of it and then recycle those and get massive amounts of copper out for use on making normal low density structures. You can't melt the copper back down into molten copper though, unfortunately. Yeah, ship is going to be the best way to do it. I was just wondering if there's anything else to do through here. But yeah, I think it's probably going to have to be that. Because I'm not going to get anything good out of there. Ah well. Got enough low density structures to be getting on with for the time being though. 211 of them will do for the time being. Yeah, in a way, it's kind of this one that's the most exciting at the moment. Especially is actually this one, the quality modules. I'm actually getting stuff out because I'm keeping the tier 2 ones as well. So it's a little bit more exciting because we're actually getting some output from it, rather than it just being an endless churn of getting nothing particularly exciting. However, at this point, I've put tier 2s into. This one and this one and this. I've got at least tier 2s in all of these. It might be time to start trying to just make tier 3s, because recycling the tier 2s is going to be much more likely to get me tier 3s. So I think it's time now. The time has come, the walrus said, to try and open this inserter. There we go. To change that to greater than or equal to tier 3, and then any of the tier 2s that come through can be recycled. So at the moment we've managed to make 46 of them actually, which isn't bad. Hang on, 46. Where have they all gone? Oh no, that's yeah. Okay, we made 9 of them. There we go. That's more likely. Like it. That's what we've done. And that's not. That is indeed some. Yeah, I think given that it's 20 to 12 now over here, I think it's probably time to start winding up, and I can now between streams. So during tomorrow, I'll let the ship carry on flying, and then on Wednesday I can have another bit more of a play with the quality stuff and try and go and start making quality. Start making quality stuff in space by recycling, reprocessing the asteroids until we get some good stuff out of those, and. Yeah, make some sort of quality production platform and see how that goes. Yeah, maybe making quality low density structures feels like a good way to ship around stuff that then can be dismantled into quality basically anything else you want. It's going to be just about everything. Yeah, because low density structures have most of the raw ingredients in them, so that'd be pretty good. But yeah, just making making some very high tier low density structures in space sounds like it'd be fun. So we'll do that. We'll do that on Wednesday. And also, well, I'm sort of imagining that this ship is probably not going to make it to the shattered planet. And it's doing well so far. We're 276 megameters, not that much further, I know, but it is at this point it is going quite nicely. We haven't had any problems. Rocket quantities are. It's gone down to 1.4 thousand. Okay, I take it back. It is kind of struggling. Let's tell this guy to start attacking large rocks as well. Like that. Which will hopefully thin out the nonsense in front of it on the way through. So we'll see how this gets on. Currently, what is the problem here? It's the carbon production rate. I'm trying to make coal so quickly that there's insufficient carbon coming through. So I think that means I should probably take some of these guys and put them in these machines, because if we have a shortage of carbon, then making these slower but producing more coal is going to be extremely valuable. Let's do all of them and see how the balance goes. See if this is going too far the other way. There we go. So switch all these over to productivity modules. We'll get quite a lot more coal out, in theory. And there we go. Some of the carbon is the carbon is now starting to make it past again. So we've got enough of that, and that means we can. Okay, no, we don't have carbon coming down this way, so that's fine. Has that meant we've got more coal being produced? I don't know. Let's have a look at the production graph. Coal. It's not made a significant visible difference here, but that's going up and down anyway. I don't really know why, actually, to be honest, why that'd be going up and down like this, but apparently it is. Hopefully, though, that'll give it, because we are still. Okay, we're not quite using. Yeah, we are still using all of the carbon by the looks of it. This machine over here is not carbon starved anymore, but it is perhaps struggling a little. Yeah, okay, we've now got enough. So, let's switch a couple of the machines back. Go back over to the. I wish clicking on these worked rather than having to use Q. Right, and then switch back over with two of the machines to speed modules. And that will, because ideally what I want is I want all of the carbon to be being used, but having as many productivity modules in there as possible to keep that so that we're making as basically I want to maximise for the amount of coal coming out, and I think that's probably roughly where I am now, because then all of that coal is the limiting factor for making the explosives here. As you can see, actually we seem to have doing pretty well now. Yeah, okay, it's not quite. It's very, very close to keeping up. That's doing very well. The explosives are still getting swallowed up very, very quickly by all the. Actually, no, most of the machines are running. I think I might have found a good balance here. But yes, if we can go in and switch these out, so we can have some more, maybe some higher quality machines in here, or some more speed modules, or something like that. Make these run a little bit faster. That would be very, very nice. Get a bit more output from here. Might need to have multiple belts coming through here if I do that, though. This is getting kind of crowded. Also, I should probably remove that. There we go. Have it all just pour down the one piece of belt here rather than doing a weird side-loading thing. It might help with the balancing down here, or might not. I don't know. Anyway, that's probably going to be slightly better. Whether it's going to allow the number of rockets to actually go back up again, still at 1,400. I'm worried that if I'm only 300 megameters out and I'm already starting to see the rockets drop down to 1,400 on there, I might have to remove one of these engines, make it run even more slowly. But it's going to take forever then. Oh, that's a thought. Yeah, basic carbon recipe. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, at the moment they're all being programmed based on how much sulfur and how much carbon is available. So if there's a shortage of or if there's insufficient sulfur, then they'll do the advanced recipe. If there's a shortage of yeah, okay, let's try that. That's an interesting thought. Let's go through here and put. These back over to speed modules, and then hard code a couple of these to the carbon recipe like that. So we'll get more carbon out of them now. Oh, thanks for the resub, Tristan. 37 months. Nice. That's impressive. I'm always surprised when I see how long you've been subscribed for, because that basically tells me how long I've been doing the streaming luck. It's amazing. Right, and if I'm doing that, then up here I should put in I should tell you to not set filters. You should just filter to that, as should you, and then put in some. Oh, you'll be blacklisting, won't you? Yeah, whitelist to that. There we go, like that. And then you blacklist that. Same for you. So there we go. Now we're getting full-size stacks coming out on from those, because these ones, the system of just chucking out whatever is all very well, but. Sorry, the system of telling them when to. The system I'm using down here of saying, chuck out everything, but you have the filter self-cancel, means you get an awful lot of these partial stacks coming through, which cuts down on the throughput of the belt quite significantly. But with these the way around they are, you'd need 3 inserters. They produce 3 different things. You get carbon, sulfur, and carbonic asteroid chunks coming back out. So, without unless maybe I should rotate them, but then they take up a lot more. So I got a lot fewer of them in. If I rotated them around, you would have a lot more wasted space. So, yeah, I don't know. It is difficult. But this extra carbon like this is certainly it's going to help a bit, I think. Yeah, that is now enough carbon coming through. That has helped. Are we now sulfur limited? I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, now we're limited by sulfur, so it was a good idea. Maybe I took it too far by going to 2 machines rather than just 1. Why are you not working? Enable disable. Set, yes. Set recipe. Yes. You're setting a recipe quite happily. Oh, is it one of these has overflowed? No. Get rid of that. And copy that to there. What? I don't understand why you broke it. Okay, now it's working. Yeah, okay. It was the inserter got clogged up with stuff. There we go. Dedicated stacker inserter for each from the belt. Potentially, I think a stack inserter wouldn't be fast enough to fill an entire green belt. I'd need to have several of them. But potentially, I could have a stockpile. No, I can't stockpile. I can't put them in a box. But possibly, yeah. So having a stack inserters for each across here or something. I think I see what you're suggesting, and I'm not sure. Oh, now I have too much carbon. It's worked too well, and a lot of it's just been chucked overboard. So I think that means I should probably go back to doing this. And carry on with these though. This might help, because this will mean all this carbon will be full stacks. It does mean that all the this particular one could be carbonic chunks like that. No, use filters. Right, there we go. No, not carbon. Right, like that. And then I could copy this one to here, and say I want you to be sulfur only. Sulfur. Most of them, this isn't an option. But for this particular one, I can make sure I can do the 3 unloads separately. I don't know if that's actually going to make any. That's not going to make any significant difference. It's 1 out of 15 or so crushers that's doing it slightly more sensibly, but it's a start. And yeah, you're never going to get a stack inserter's worth of the other asteroid chunks. So I can't just leave these on just running because they'll clog up. Yeah, I feel like I went in and I fiddled with things and then I unfiddled the things and the outcome is different. We've now got... actually no, maybe we just had a bit more of a backlog built up on this belt and now we've churned through that. There's going to be a shortage of carbon down here again. Yeah, I think that's happened. So, alright, let's drop one of these back to that recipe. And don't set filters, whitelist carbon and blacklist carbon. There we go. So we've got one that's just concentrating on carbon and all the rest are doing the sulfur. But we do seem to still have a shortage of sulfur down here. So yeah, I think probably, yeah, if I could get higher quality pulverizers. How much faster are they? They were significantly faster, weren't they? The pulp crushers are, instead of being crafting speed of 1, they're crafting speed of 2.5. So I could then rotate all of these round and use the extra. I'd have 50% less, 50% fewer, but they'd be 2.5 times the speed, so I get more coming out. So it would be better. Yeah, let's go with that as a sort of as the next stage for this ship, because it does seem to be down here. This is the problem is, yeah, it's the sulfur coming through again. So there's just shortages of all those sort of things. At this point, I start to wonder if maybe I should put productivity modules in these machines, but I don't know. How are we doing for rockets? 1,300. So it's gone down a little bit further, but it's holding reasonably steady. I think having one of these railguns dealing with large rocks as well is an advantage. How's the railgun ammo holding up is actually the other half of that question. 2,200, I don't know what it was on before. Absolutely fine, there's loads of it on the belt here. Okay. I think I'm not too worried about that then. In fact, how many of the machines... Okay, basically, nearly all of the machines are running, but not all of the machines are running. It seems to be okay. And we got up to 330 megameters. It's going okay, I think. I think the proof either way is... The proof is going to be when we get to about 1 million, or 1,000 megameters, 1 million kilometers. That's about where it got to before, so it'll be interesting to see if it gets a little bit further now to have managed to bump up the production of explosives a little bit over here. Hell, let's put one of these in each of the machines. Why not? Like that. As a treat, as they say. Maybe get a little bit more explosives out, since we seem to be running low on sulfur. Hang on, did I put... What are you? You're a productivity plus 9. You're a productivity plus 10. Alright, we're going with the... Going with tier 3s. Actually, the tier 2s might be less damage to the speed, whilst giving more... Let's have a look at the numbers. So this is 10% productivity, minus 15% speed. This is 9%, but only minus 10% speed. So it's, yeah, there's less of a speed reduction, slightly less productivity, but yeah, less of a thing. wasn't worried about railgun ammo until a huge asteroid hit the ship. Well, yes. It's gone up since I last looked. There's more of it on the belt than there was before. So I think it's currently I think it's okay. What I should be doing perhaps is feeding in, is monitoring the ammunition on the belt, and if there's less than a certain, and basing basing the turret priorities on the amount of ammunition of various types. So if we ever start to run at all low on railgun ammo, then we just stop them shooting the large asteroids. But I'd rather not have to do that much at that level of complication. I do honestly think once this stronger explosives research finishes, it's going to make an enormous difference, because suddenly it'll be, instead of being 3 rockets per large asteroid, it's going to be 2 rockets per large asteroid. Unfortunately, well, we're getting that lovely sine wave from the production of due to the production rate of, I think it's agricultural science that's causing this. It is a very nice sine wave. I'm quite impressed. The ship isn't constantly turning left because I've got the rudder pushed across a bit. Yes, the ethereal rudder. It is a very good sine wave. Yes, that's presumably means I'm averaging about 1750 science per mumble per minute. So it's going to be about, well, I don't know. Let's wait till that gets up to 1750 and see what the estimate says. It was about half an hour. There was half an hour left about half an hour ago when it was running flat out, but it hasn't been running flat out the entire time, as you can clearly tell. That's about the middle. Oh, the number. Yeah, of course, the number catch takes a little while to catch up because it's averaging over the last minute rather than the last instantaneous. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, so there's about an hour left on this research at current sine wave production. Ugh. It'll be a while, but yeah, it's just this is the rate that I'm able to make the agricultural sciences at. You know what? That's 200,000. That's only 7,000, and it'll give me an extra 10%. Actually, it won't. It won't give me 10%. It'll give me an extra. It'll give me an additive 10%. So I'll go from 200% per pack, plus whatever the bonus to 210% per pack. So it's a 5% increase. 7,000 times 7 times 20. Therefore, it's going to be 150. Yeah, if it was the beginning of this research, then it would make sense to do this one first and then do this one. And it would finish this one quicker. But this is the one, this is kind of a priority. So I'd like to get this finished. However, this is 86,000, bit borderline. Let's stick that one in there. Actually, no, let's not. Let's stick that one in there and let the agricultural ones stock up a bit while we're doing this one. And then we can blaze through this one fairly quickly. But yeah, it would if I'd thought of this before I'd started doing Stronger Explosives 15, I could have done Research Productivity 11 first, and then even having done it first, this one would have finished sooner. But well, I'll leave it as is for now. That is the correct way to go at the moment, I think. So yeah, if I wanted this to run faster, I would have to improve the speed of sciencing on Gleba. At the moment, everything is egging. Yeah, just bit of a shortage of nutrients coming through. Actually, it doesn't matter. Having almost none coming around the end here is absolutely fine because I'm making more of them here. So this is egging as fast as is eggily possible. And then down here, yeah, all of these machines are making science packs, and some of the eggs are being burnt off. So I could put in another one of these, but I think that's probably a little futile. So we're egging as fast as possible. This is nearly full. We have a spaceship here. The Kirk is here ready and waiting. So increasing the production rate of the science packs would help. I've got the ship capacity to deal with that, because the ships are waiting in orbit over Gleba. And then as soon as the rocket goes up, the ship will catch it and depart, take those science packs over to Norvis for sciencing. And that's why I get this nice sine wave effect. 7 of 9 is on our way back over, and then we'll pick up the next rocket's worth. Yeah. Is there enough? Yeah, there's enough bioflux coming through. Let's try and... Are we steadily burning off eggs? Pretty much. No, I feel like the eggs are being produced at almost exactly the right rate at the moment. I did see some getting burned earlier, but it mostly seems to be producing them at about the right rate. So I think I won't stick more machines in. I suppose it wouldn't hurt anything, but it would just mean I'd have some machines down the end that weren't doing anything. Like I have at the moment, in fact. The eggs aren't coming through fast enough. I can't produce the nutrients fast enough along here with this half belt that they're being shoved along to put any more egg production in along here. They're using up basically all of the nutrients sometimes. And yeah, so I think this is going as fast as is reasonable under the circumstances. So I think I don't really want to come in and tinker with this. We'll just leave this running at the way it is, which is kind of silly, but oh well. The Kirk has already dropped the science packs off on Norvis and is on its way back again already. So you can see the system is working pretty smoothly. I do just need the second ship, but very, very only just. Over here, maybe the next thing I should be doing is trying to make better productivity modules. The fun of that will be that if I recycle one of these, I'm going to get biter eggs out of whatever quality, and is that then going to hatch into a higher quality biter? And if so, what does that mean? If we get so we get biters out coming out with with up to twice as much health. That would not be ideal. So I think I could put quality modules in here though. What quality modules have I got on this planet? I've got 52 tier 2s. Okay, we'll use those. So in here, take all that right. Let's put in there we go. Put those in there. We'll get some we'll get some slightly higher quality prod 3s out at some point. It's not going to be very many. It's only a 10% productivity, but quality boost. And also, I've already used all of the quality, all of the modules over here. I should have done that sooner. Didn't think of it. Oh well, sorry. But yes, if I could start churning out massive numbers of them. I don't know if it's actually worth it though. It resets the spoilage time. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. But I'm more worried about ending up with a situation where I have an egg waiting in a box to be put into a machine, or in a machine, waiting for all the other components of the next tier of productivity module, which would be a bit silly. Oh, this has stopped. I've run out of something. Why have you stopped? What? What? Oh, run out of green circuits. Yes, the green. So I've got heavy demand on. Okay, this is sort of by design. There's heavy demand on the blue circuits here. Blue circuits over here, somewhere. There's heavy demand on blue circuits anyway, and so that means that the green circuits being produced are being prioritized for other places. So they're being turned into blue circuits instead of being turned into instead of being turned into modules. That's fine. That's what I actually want, because this is, to be fair, this is a lower priority than keeping the science flowing. Down here, this means eventually we'll have the same sort of problem at the other end of this belt as well. But we're making so few of these motors that it's not a serious problem. Still, 2 and 0, pathetic, and 14 and 4, slightly less pathetic, but still not amazing. This is one of those things that's just going to have to be left while I go off and do other things. I should stop obsessing over it. I shall obsess over this instead. No, I shall end the stream at this point, because it is now actually tomorrow. So, thank you everybody who's been watching. I shall be back on Wednesday, where, as I said, what was I going to be doing? Oh yes, I was going to start trying to make some higher quality low density structures and other things that can be done in space. So a quality space platform, should we say. That's going to be interesting. I think that's going to be quite fun and give me something else to play with. Between now and then, I will speed up time and have this ship fly out and see how far it gets. If it does anything particularly unusual, like if it gets all the way to the shattered planet, or virtually all the way to the shattered planet, then I shall pause and save and show you guys at the start of the next stream. I won't let it do anything too exciting when you're not watching, but I am intrigued to see how far it'll get with on its own, under its own steam. Rockets are currently at under 1,000. I think this ship may be going to have some trouble. I shall probably have to take it down to a single engine, which means it's going to take forever to get anywhere at all. Never mind. It can fly while I'm working tomorrow. That's absolutely fine. So yes, I shall be back on Wednesday, where I shall be carrying on with this, doing quality stuff and playing with this spaceship again, no doubt. We shall see. And on Friday there will be a video coming out. I have completely lost track of what's coming out at the moment. I think it's another update video for basically for everyone. I'm not sure. It'll be a mystery, but there will be a video coming out on Friday, and it will be about Factorio. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel, and you'll see that. Oh no, I think it's the new one about blueprints for non-supporters, and then a catch-up one for supporters. So yes, that will be coming out then. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and I shall be back again on Wednesday. Make sure you're subscribed or following or appropriate other things so you don't miss the stream, and I'll see you then. Good night, everyone. Good night. Who have we got? Good night, Inks. Good night, No Guard. Good night, Tristan. Good night. Who else is watching still? That's everyone who's been talking recently. Good night. Good night, one and all. See you on Wednesday. Bye bye. And good night, Simon, as well.